We gotta go. I'll get my car.
What, mine?
Yours. I gotta get me one of those.
Hello, welcome to Batdan's Watch Party. This will be my very first watch party I ever do, and it's full circle weekend. We had a Vero watch party for Man of Steel, Batman v Superman, but not one for Zack Snyder's Justice League. So I thought, you know what? Let's do one of my own. And we got some people joining me, and we got one of them here right now. We got Super Roll Corey. How are you, man? Oh, hold on a second. I think you're having some technical issues, it looks like. I'll bring you back on, and we got Yoda, the most evil man in the galaxy. How are you? And we got Taladia. Actually, you know what? Taladia. Hold on. I'm going to be sending you a link, Taladia, so check your Twitter. It should be there soon. So hold on. Okay, Taladia, check your Twitter. I just sent you a link, so if you can make it to the watch party, great. If not, so yeah, I'll give this a few minutes just to give some people a chance to pop on since this was pretty last minute, but I do want to start within 4 minutes as it looks like as the watch party, or man, I can't even talk today. Oh.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Taladia, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, I'm excited for tonight. Last night was crazy. I had Snyder Queen with myself and Comics League. We reacted to the BVS panel. My God. My God. What
Yeah,
day
that
it
was such a great panel. So
I,
I do want to get started quickly, only because
yeah.
I do want to get this done before the actual.
Do you know what time the
Like,
panel is?
I think it's in like about 4 hours, but it's going to be late. So
Okay. Yeah,
and you can talk a little bit about the BBS watch party as you watch GSJL, but I do.
Yeah. Let me link to my thing for ZSJL up on my computer because I got it up on here.
Yeah,
I
go
bought
ahead.
I bought my copy of it recently, so I'll put it on my second monitor.
Just let me know when you're ready to start the movie, and we'll do a simultaneous play.
Alright.
But yeah, that was a great stream you had last night, BVS. I mean, the amount of stuff that happened. Something's definitely happening with this cell movement. I mean,
Yeah.
Zack would just flat out say the story.
I am ready when you are.
Okay, counting down in 5,
4.
4, 3, 2, 1, play. And let me know if you can hear it, if you can hear the movie from my end on your end. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get my PlayStation working in time to use the headphones for that, so.
Yeah. Let's make sure. Get this. What's it?
What a great opening of this, though, this is.
Yeah.
Like, I love how they continue the trend for BVS, where it's like BVS starts with Man of Steel from a different perspective, and you get the same view again here. Hey, Real Talk Productions.
Yo, what's up, Real Talk?
And again, chat too. Let me know if you can actually hear the movie on your end, because I want to make sure Warner Brothers doesn't take down this video. So, happy birthday, Gal Gadot.
And we know Ray Fisher's out there. A full circle.
Ray Fisher and Ray Porter.
Yeah. Confirmed.
You know, it's such a small detail, but you got to appreciate how you go for, like, Batman went from, like, killing Superman on this day to tearing up when he actually dies. Okay, thanks for confirming, but if anything changes with that, just let me know. I don't care what the haters say. Jesse Eisenberg is my favorite Lex Luthor. I really love this new Amazonian score that Zack Snyder or just Tom Holken. How do you say it, Taladia? Tom Holkenborg?
Yeah, Tom Hulkenberg.
I love this score, like this Amazonian score that he added. So, what did you think about Zack Snyder making the Amazons Kryptonian, basically?
That was interesting to hear last night when he said that the Amazons could have been Kryptonians. And speaking about Kryptonians, we have a very good buddy, Super Bro Corey.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Hey, good. We can hear you, but you're moving now.
Yeah, there we go. I was lagging as I was coming in.
A little bit still, but we can hear you perfectly.
Cool.
So right now,
doing great, man. Yeah, really enjoying this full circle event. If you guys could give me a timestamp, I'll catch up with you.
Timestamp is 5 minutes 50.
Gotcha.
$6:12 right now.
I came perfect timing.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Dude, you guys did great yesterday, Corey.
Thanks, Taladia. Yeah, it was a blast. It was a great stream. It was awesome being able to raise some money for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Can't thank the community enough for everything that you guys did. Our last full circle event yesterday, we did 430. $430 raised for suicide prevention, and then the pre-event that we did for Full Circle over on Orc and Beans gaming stream, we raised $400 there, so like $830 with the Bat Channel. It was pretty amazing, all because of you guys. So, and then lucky enough to get the amazing Samantha Wynn on the show, as well as Wayne T. Carr as well. So.
That was epic, man. That was a really big surprise for me.
Yeah, and it was just incredible talking to Samantha Wynn. You know, she is such a kind person, and you know how Trey kind of joked about in the beginning of the stream how we're all friends with each other, and typically after a stream, we'll just be sitting around backstage. After we are done, just talking to each other. And sure enough, Samantha Wynn was backstage with us for a long time, just spending that time talking to her more and behind the scenes. It was absolutely amazing. She's, you know, I was already a fan of her, but, you know, even more like I'm hooked. I'm a fan for life now of her. So it was amazing. And then Wayne T. Carr showing up, that was insane.
That was insane. I was just like, wait, what? Wayne T. Carr turning up on the Bat Channel? Yo, that's nuts.
Yeah, I was so happy.
Go for it, Batman.
I was so happy that you got him. And for those of you who, in case anyone's watching this who doesn't know, Wayne T. Carr was the Green Lantern that Zack shot for ZSJL that they did not use.
Mhm.
In case I clarified this, because I have some friends and family outside of this YouTube community who watch this stuff. So figured just want to clarify that for them. But anyway, go on with what you were saying, Corey.
Yeah, so amazing to get Wayne T. Carr on there as well. Such a nice guy as well, and it was really cool being able to hear from him. And we're all hoping that they see a certain end scene in LA today on the IMAX. So when we created our live stream, we just wanted to put it out into the universe, like as you saw, the full circle on our thumb was in that Green Lantern green. And we didn't know he would show up at that point. But I was like, you know what, let's just put it out there in the universe. And sure enough, it happened. So
Yeah, that honestly, I can't wait to interview you and Trey next week
yeah,
about this stuff. Because that is something I want to do, is to get you guys on, talk about how this came fruition and whatnot, and furthermore to discuss about FSP, the charity itself, and raise more awareness.
yeah.
And look who we got.
Zod!
I just got to say, Super Bro Corey, that you guys on the Bat Channel, you guys are incredible. I mean, you did such a wonderful job. Like I was watching it, I'm like, these guys are literally like documentarians here. This is some beautiful stuff. I mean, I was so blown away and impressed by what you guys were able to pull off yesterday. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. And it was a legitimate full circle event.
Yeah.
Like you guys didn't, and it was just so nice to see, like the way you guys spread it all out, and it was beautiful, man. I don't know, man. I teared up a little bit, man. I was like, these guys are on another level now.
It was history in the making.
Yeah.
You guys are too kind. Thank you. Yeah, no, it was an absolute blast. And for us, it was more about seeing you guys all show up, the community, everybody that we've been, growing up with as our channel's grown.
Hey, if there was one full circle event that true fans of the Snyderverse weren't going to want to miss, it would be the Bat Channel. I mean, come on, it's the Bat Channel, for Christ's sake.
That was the one I made sure to catch.
Yeah,
I mean, you guys deserved it more, honestly, than anyone. You guys have been so dedicated to the cause. You've raised so much money for AFSP. You've really been there. And if anyone honestly deserved to get this show, it's you and Trey. Like, you guys are really amazing. And
you guys killed it yesterday. Like, I was so happy and so excited because you guys brought on two guests that I was like, what? Like, yeah, like it just blow my socks off.
It was awesome. It was amazing that we were able to raise some great money for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, something that we all deeply care about.
See, Corey, that's the thing, man. The whole AFSP aspect of it is you guys have created the blueprint of how to do it, because I'm trying to work out the details of how I want to do my AFSP stream that I'm going to do in the near future.
Oh, wow.
And when I saw, see how you guys do it, where you do your super chats and you say, okay, we're going to always have the link here if you want to donate directly, which is great. And, that's something that I'll do, but also the idea of, yes, we'll take the super chats and we'll donate the money directly, and we won't, take out whatever YouTube, YouTube takes like 5% of the super chat money. So what you do is you just, we're like, we'll do that. And then we're going to throw in however much on top of it. I mean, it's just the blueprint of how it should be done. And again, when I look at that and I see that, it's like you guys have led by example here. And I mean, it's great because now anybody that wants to do a stream like that for AFSP or any other charity will know exactly how to do it just by seeing what you guys did. And I mean, you guys do everything, so beautifully, and it's all straight from the heart. So, wow.
Thank you, Zad. Yeah, I'm definitely humbled by like all the, just the shout outs and, just the amazing support that we've been getting after this stream. And the main mission, as we all know, it's always been about AFSP. And, that's honestly what we've been saying forever. One of the reasons why we want to get to 10,000 subscribers, because when you hit that 10,000 subscriber threshold on YouTube, you're able to do full-on donation streams, and YouTube doesn't.
I'll have to look into that. How much would it cost to bring the Bat Channel 10,000 subscribers? Let's get them there, because to be honest with you, that for all the charity work that you guys do, and make no mistake, it is work. I mean, just doing a regular live stream is work, but when you're doing it like that and it's so dedicated. But what I love about you and Trey is it's all so natural, and you can tell that you guys truly believe in the cause. You truly feel for it, not like some of these other people who do streams where they claim to be about AFSP and then they go off and these different directions and don't really want to acknowledge people donating to AFSP. So one of the great things here is that you legitimately are, we're doing that and highlighting the fact that, hey, this is for AFSP. Everything we're doing here, I mean, it's just so amazing. I'm still in awe, man. I'm like, especially after yesterday, like Samantha Wynn, I was just like, wow. And then Wayne T. Carr, I mean, you guys really knocked that one out of the park. And I love your little message this morning on the video that you and Trey uploaded, the premiere, where you took Samantha's commentary on her advice and the life advice, and it's great stuff.
Thank you. Yeah. They were both absolutely amazing people. And, I was tearing up when Samantha Wynn was talking about, things that she does and, her advice to people who are out there watching. And Wayne T. Carr, when he followed up with his portion and just reminding everybody that, you're loved and, to fight for the people who still love about you. And I was tearing up when they were full screen. And
it's so relatable.
Before we went back with all of us on. So it was something that I as it was happening, it's something that we all wish for as content creators. It was just, as they were speaking, it was just so honest and so pure, and it was so natural that I was like, oh my god, this is an amazing push for American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. Just got chills, thinking about it. And it was it felt like it was something that we felt like we should feature in a kind of a solo AFSP promo, and we'll have a Wayne T. Carr one later today as well.
It's such a relatable message, guys. Like the whole concept of you're no matter what, somebody out there loves you. You never know whose life you're touching, or you never know who you matter to. You may not see it because of what you're going through, but ultimately it's there, and that person is there, and so there's no need for you to ever feel like this is the end and you need to take your own life. It's such a beautiful message. I mean, we're all trying to get through things the best way we can, and it can't be overstated. And so that's why I was so taken by the messages. And again, with you and Trey facilitating it from such a genuine position, it was pure poetry, man.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it was It was an amazing stream, and yeah, no, I love you guys. You know, you guys are family. You guys are friends. You know, we all talk to each other. You know, outside of here and outside of the streaming circle, and be it backstage or in person when we can. And you guys mean a lot to me, and you know, this whole community means a lot to me. So it's. You know, it was a good message to hear, like Trey said, you know, sometimes people have this thought process that, you know, actors are and actresses are just so well off that they don't go through those struggles. But to hear just them talk about, you know, some of the things that they've dealt with and that everybody deals with dark times and, you know, just praying that you find that light in those darkest hours and make it through and just remember that you are loved is incredibly important. It was just a moving moment of the stream for sure.
I really loved it. It really shows that people think that's like, sometimes people think that because you have money, for example, that and you're famous that you don't have problems, but the reality is everyone in life has problems. Everyone in the world has problems and everyone has issues that they need to work through. And I just, you know, it's like kind of like what Zod said, Man of Steel, not what he was referring to, but the whole "you are not alone" message. It just really showed that well, and I love this community so much. Just last night just showed why I love this community. I've made so many friends through. I mean, I'll probably say it. COVID hit me hard, and in my life, and there was a lot of stress that was going through that time. But the Snyder fandom, you guys in Zack Snyder fandom, Still Nation, really helped me get through a lot, and I'm just so thankful to be part of this community and to be doing stuff like watching Zack Snyder Justice League with you, because I was just going to watch this by myself, but then Mikey's like asking when it starts, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just actually do a real watch party, and it's more fun to watch with people. And okay, what are
wait. Well, Bat Dad.
Mikey's and
who did you learn? But who did you learn that? Who did we learn this from about watch parties? Who did we learn that watch parties are who has perfected the watch party and done it in such a way where we can all be grateful? Super Bro, Corey, and Trey. They are the watch party. They are the ones. God. They're the ones that like they bring us together for all of us for so many watch parties. It's incredible.
Man, you're making me tear up, Zod. This is
it's true. No,
we absolutely love you guys.
Thing.
You know,
it's so beautiful. God.
And we got Mikey Sutton in. How are you, Mikey? Thanks for stopping by.
So is this the watch party for James Gunn's Suicide Squad? Or am I in the wrong place?
Yes. Yes.
No,
you just missed the polka dot man, Mikey.
Oh shit, man!
Polka dot man.
My year is ruined now, Zod. It's ruined. I missed the polka dot man.
Mikey, you got it wrong. It's the KFC man.
Oh, KFC man. There you go. Where's Kentucky Man right now? Well, why is he so busy he can't go? Oh, he doesn't want to see Ray Fisher. Is that right?
Probably.
I gotta say, guys, I want to ask you guys this while you guys are all here. I want to ask you guys this. Was it me or was Sean O'Connell very uncomfortable when he came out and nobody clapped for him? And not only that, when he found out that, you know, when it was kind of, you know, there was kind of like a bit of Mikey style snark thrown at not only Warner Brothers but Jeff Johns, how uncomfortable Sean O'Connell was. Like at that one part where Sean was like, well, I'm paraphrasing here, where he's like, well, I want to kind of end the stream on a positive note. Like he had to get another question in there because he couldn't let the stream end on stuff being thrown at his buddy Jeff Johns.
Well, Zod, I tell you, the only clap that Sean O'Connell is getting is from a hooker on Ponder Street. Okay.
Only on a Bat Dance stream.
Hey everybody, I'm here.
No, but that mic drop, right? Yeah, last night. That was crazy.
DJ and the mic drop. I mean, my God, that was incredible, guys. That was like, I mean, if that doesn't tell you everything you need to know about Jeff Johns, there's a reason why this fandom dislikes, and I'm going to just use the word dislikes Jeff Johns so much. There's a reason why, and see, a lot of people just don't understand.
Yeah.
Oh,
not only like Diane Nelson, who was in charge of Warner back then.
Poor Diane Nelson. Oh,
she despises Jeff Johns. She went in public with it too. She went out in public about it. I know her, so no, but I really thought of James Gunn stream. No, just kidding, guys.
oh yeah. Let's and that's shit. Then we know that Sean O'Connell is also buddies with James Gunn. And,
I saw that photo, like
Joss Whedon, and all the right people. So that's why I find it so it's not, and we know, and you know what else we know about Sean O'Connell? Here's a little fun fact that people don't know about Sean. Sean despises BVS. So the karma of having Sean O'Connell being moved from being a moderator for Zack Snyder's Justice League to BVS so that Ray Fisher could be here today is just so beautiful. My God, man. I mean, you talk about he had to moderate the Zack Snyder film he absolutely hates. He hates BVS.
Why does he hate it?
You could find tweets where he's talking trash about BVS, and he says I'm all for. There's a tweet out there where Sean O'Connell said, I'm all for a Justice League movie as long as Zack Snyder doesn't direct it. All this is, and just so you know, all this is in my book, Pause Not Stopped. It's all in there. So Sean O'Connell is not spared at all, for real. Just letting you know.
Oh boy, good.
Why are they inviting Judas at the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Well, I mean, they had, Mikey, they had Dave.
Come on, it's Sunday. It's Sunday. What's Judas doing there?
They had Dave the Film Junkie up there. They had Stephen Colbert, two of the biggest detractors, fakes I've ever seen. They might as well have had Jody from Jody's Corner up there, and had what's his name, Andy Signor. They might as well have had him up there too, because in all honesty, you're basically giving platforms to people that are like your biggest Judases, literally. It doesn't get any worse. I'm like, I don't get this. What are they doing? But the fact that Ray got a chance to be up there was really nice.
But what if Ray is Ray going to moderate today? It'd be hilarious if Ray Fisher is a moderator.
Ray Fisher, I don't know, but it's so great that Ray. And once again, another win for Mikey, who of course said that Ray Fisher was going to be there.
Well, hypothetically speaking, it was on a member stream, but
and Chris Terrio. He's also there.
I'm also wondering if we're going to get any of the main actors, like Gal Gadot, Ben Affleck, and Henry Cavill. They were showing they were doing mic checks earlier today, and there's like 7 panelists. So,
well, Gal was in New York last night, like celebrating her birthday early.
Oh,
okay.
So that was interesting. Like she was with her family. Like, why is she celebrating her birthday now? Her birthday's unless she's flying to LA today. Which means she's probably flying there right now as we speak. I have no idea. But that was a really good source who told me that she's going to be there, though. So, I mean, it's basically an expert in everything gal. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
And I was told, Gal's going to be there running it. Like, really? Like, put it. No, seriously. Like,
I wonder if Cavill's going to be there. I mean, he started it all, and if they're doing a full circle thing, it would be really nice for Cavill to be there too. But I didn't get the. And did you guys get all the references, all the good references, and like this tweet here, this message here, Batman, that all the stuff that Zack doesn't want to spoil because of possibilities. Future possibilities. Just the fact that he would say that automatically tells you that they're not done. That he's not done with.
He's not done. He's not done.
Why would he say? Why would he say he can't go into it. If it's done, it's completely gone. Then he can divulge all the information about whatever he was going to do. And the fact that he's holding back, saying, "Well, no," tells you that we're going to, at the very least, we're going to get Justice League 2, and we're going to get the story of the death of Robin. We're going to get how that happened. I just wow.
I was so shocked when he teased that, and I was just like, "What?" Like, no, no.
That tells you a lot about his confidence level for him to like not spill that, because usually Zod, when a creator is talking about a canceled film or a show, he'll be like, "Well, this is what I would have put in the ending," right? You've seen it multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, why do you think he keeps talking about the Lois Lane and Bruce Wayne relationship? He keeps talking about that because that changed, and they're never going to use that. That's why he keeps talking about it, because it's never going to happen. If it was something he was going to use, he wouldn't be talking about it. So that's why he's not talking about the death of Robin. Like, wow. If anything, this event has done is made it very, very clear that Cell is totally happening. Like, I have no doubt right now.
Yeah.
I would be willing to bet. I would be willing to bet money on Cell happening for real.
Oh yeah, because why would he not say this, right? I mean, he knows.
And to all those doubters and haters, this is a big middle finger.
Shout out to Samantha Wynn.
Big middle finger.
Oh yeah, her badass scene is now.
Yes.
Yes.
By the way, Still apparently has some information about his conversation with Zack and Deborah that he's gonna drop tomorrow about what Zack really said about the Cell movement, about the potential. So still, he hasn't even told me yet.
Wow.
But apparently he's got some nuclear warheads that he's hyping up already.
Well, that all depends. That all depends on what Zack. That all depends on what Zack says tonight, though.
Yeah, exactly. He might, launch nuclear codes now.
And here's the thing. I gotta believe that if Zack and Terrio are sitting there, I wouldn't be surprised if Zack just says F it and spills the beans tonight. Whatever's happening.
Blow the internet away, man.
I mean, you see the way he's down at margaritas. I've never seen Zack Snyder, man. They took pictures every time he's got a different drink in his hand. It's beautiful.
What if Zack does a Watchmen and goes, "You're 5 minutes late," and then drops it right there? Literally drops a nuclear bomb. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if his buddy James Gunn is so excited and so happy for his buddy Zack, why isn't James Gunn showing up for Full Circle?
Where's the videos of James? Where's James Gunn saying, "Hey guys, thanks for being at SnyderCon. Couldn't be there today." Something like that. But
now that would be the classy thing for James Gunn to do, for him to make a video, and basically congratulating Zack for raising money for AFSP and for and celebrating the Snyderverse. James Gunn doesn't realize that him doing something small like that would go a long way towards getting people to maybe look at him a little differently instead of seeing him as the villain of the story.
Yeah.
But because he's so narcissistic and so completely into himself.
Yeah.
Well, Zod, don't forget he said to stay off social media for Guardians.
Yeah, of course.
He told people to stay off social media during SnyderCon. Yeah.
Oh. By the way, I have to do Speedy's multiverse now. I just wanted to say hello really quick. Guys, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is a 70% Rotten Tomatoes rating now. It's dropping. That's not good.
I heard it was garbage, but I'm definitely going to review it for Geekosity.
Yeah, it's dropping, and so yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry, Mikey. I'll do the hard work. Don't worry.
Okay. Avoid social media, guys, because you don't want to see Cell trending, right?
I mean,
I don't like Guardians being spoiled. Cell's where it's
I don't know how. I don't know how. How they're gonna mess up Adam Warlock. I mean, I love that character, and so I don't know how they're gonna mess him up. But I'm sure James Gunn will find a way.
Well, you know what's ironic though? He brings all the wackiness to DC. Critics are complaining that Guardians 3 is too dark.
Oh,
So the irony of it all,
He kills
the irony of it all is,
all of them. He kills them all. Kill them all.
yeah,
He's going out with a bang.
and Nightmare actually apparently it's the darkest of the three, and the critics are complaining of the tone. Like they wanted a more happier tone, and like apparently it gets pretty dark, and they're bitching, complaining about it. So, but in the meantime, you guys are getting some wacky at DC though, you know.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing,
Crypto.
James Gunn actually is not doing any more work with Superman Legacy. There was a rumor going around
he's
that
not?
apparently he stopped working. Yeah.
Oh, it's a strike. It's a strike. Yeah, he's actually supporting a strike. So you know what? He's gonna delay that slate for all it's worth. Right.
Because he knows he can't produce a good Superman movie. That's what this is like. He's gonna use this to his advantage, and then later on, when it gets completely canceled, Mikey, he's gonna say, well, I would have did it, but these were circumstances beyond my control. I had all these great ideas. It's easy to say that when you don't have to show proof, James Gunn.
well, if you're a betting man, what would you bet on? The Black Superman script from J.J. Abrams. It's not done yet. It's not done. I told you guys a long time ago. It's not done yet. It's still not done. Which gets made first? Seriously, at this point.
I say Black Superman at this point. Just
Right?
Well, if they can get Michael, here's the thing: if they can get Michael B. Jordan will move quickly, and maybe they could get Michael B. Jordan to direct it. And then,
there you go. The irony is, the film we may be made fun of for all this time will be better than the official Superman movie. If you had Michael B. Jordan in it. Hey, I gotta get going, guys. Have fun today. I'll see you guys later.
Thanks for
Thanks,
stopping
man.
by.
Have a good one, buddy.
Man. Stay safe.
You take care, guys. Take care.
And that was
So
the
great
wonderful
having Mikey Sutton
Sutton.
on my show.
Yeah, it's great.
Such a great guy.
Yeah.
God, I can't tell you guys how much I love streaming with Mikey on a regular basis. He's such a great dude, to stream with.
It's
I
amazing
recently
what
had-
you put on there, though, bud.
I recently had Mikey on my channel doing an interview for Dreamwalker, the update, because of the.
I know that was such a great stream you did with Mikey too. I mean, he's always so thorough when he provides all the information. It's so great. I mean, and he's so much fun, and you can tell he's another one. Corey, Batdan, Taladia, that he loves us all. You can tell that he does. He genuinely loves being around us all. It's fantastic. It's great.
He profiles us.
Putting us in
He
his comic
profiles
book.
us. Oh yeah. Yeah.
He was the one that we first, really interviewed on the Bat channel and kind of did our spotlight series on. So kind of, it was nice because, he's a friend, but it, gave us, some real life experience in the, interviewing process and helped guide us to, being successful on the stream yesterday as well.
Yeah, and that was a really good interview. The bit I saw at the end where you guys interviewed Mikey, it was just so. It was a really fun interview.
I know. I remember though. You guys, there were a few super chats you guys didn't get to at the end, and I was wondering.
On the stream yesterday.
Yeah, and I was wondering.
Well, we actually have those captured, and I know you. So we weren't going to do any super chat questions. I know you did one too, but I saw Mikey had comments, and so Mikey did a super chat with his question, and it was fast and furious yesterday. The comments were coming in, and I was trying to keep up and be a part of the conversation as well. But I saw Mikey come back with the same question, and then I think it was like Neil Sevens who asked the same question that Mikey asked earlier. So
but he came back. No, but he came back later and asked about about Wayne T. Carr playing Silver in Dreamwalker in the TV show. That's a pretty big big thing to do. I was like, could you imagine that being
right?
the Bat
cool.
channel? the Bat Channel exclusive. It was asked
That
on your show, and then it actually happens. And Wayne T. Carr ends up playing Silver on Dreamwalker.
It would be amazing. There was
if he does.
2 questions right at the end. I think one was yours, Zod, and we've kept that question. So if we get Samantha, or we hope to get Samantha on again, we'll definitely follow up with that question. And then, right as I shut the show down, then I saw Mikey's pop up with the silver question. That was, I was like, oh snap, Dane, and just amazing.
Yeah. I mean, that would be incredible, especially with it having been brought up in that way. Like it would just be like, so, again, it's all connected. I was saying, it all feels like poetry. It all feels like something that was meant to happen. It all feels like the flow of destiny. Like we're all part of this big, destiny thing, and it's all just colossal positivity. Nothing but greatness ahead. Honestly,
absolutely, it's exciting times.
Wow,
so much great stuff we have to look forward to with Dreamwalker, with the Snyderverse, which just quick time check 39, 34, but so much great
Part
stuff
2.
we have to look forward to.
Yes,
Rebel Moon, tons of
Oh,
it's insane the amount of stuff that's coming.
oh, we got Transformers coming out as well. There's also that.
Yeah, that, and also, and I know this is controversial among the Snyderverse fandom, but The Flash, I'm really excited for that one. Even the stupid George Clooney ending we're getting, even with that, I'm still excited for that movie.
I find that hilarious. Having George.
I love how Stephen Colbert was on that panel with Zack Snyder. I think it was for Man of Steel. And he made some sort of comment with regards to something he saw in the trailer for The Flash. And Zack kind of like dismissed him. I don't remember exactly. I wrote all this stuff down because I'm, throwing all these quotes and things in the book. But like, I totally just, that was another great zinger, from Zack towards that awesome hater that is Stephen Colbert. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I couldn't even watch that watch party with Man of Steel. It just got so bad. Like
it got horrible. And like for me, like I said, I'm doing research. I'm taking quotes. So there's a lot of stuff that I want to make sure that I get. So anytime that, this book is literally writing itself. Because anytime, Zack goes live or he says anything or he does these kinds of panels and these kinds of things, there's just a gold mine of great quotes and things that are being said that need to be archived for prosperity. And I'm just like, man, it's incredible. Jason wanted to know about my book. It's coming along. I can't give a definitive release date right now or say when it's going to happen because there's so much. It's a fluid situation, and I don't want to end it until I have some idea as to what's going to happen. So maybe after this event we'll know, maybe after today maybe we'll know, an idea about what we can expect with the future of the Snyderverse. Because once I know one way or the other, the direction the Snyderverse is going, whether it's stopping or it's going to, or they're going to do more movies and Zack is going to finish, then I'll be able to end the book one way or the other. But until I know that, I don't want to, it's such a fluid time where where I'm waiting to hear, to find out. And I've got a couple of feelers out to some really good people that I tried, that I reached out to for the book. So I'm waiting back to hear back for some quotes. There's just a whole lot of stuff. And so as far as if the book was just about release the Snyder Cut and restore the Snyderverse, if it was just about those 2 hashtags, I could have had the book out months ago. But because I'm trying to be all encompassing and I'm trying to cover everything and actually have a way to end the book in a positive way that we all are hoping for, that's really what's holding it up. honestly, to tell you the truth.
Looking forward to it.
I can't.
I am
Yeah,
too.
take your time, but I'm looking forward to it.
Because you
I'm
guys
looking-
are gonna love it. You guys are gonna love it because again, I don't hold back. There's stuff in their stories. You guys would be surprised how many people have actually reached out to me and have given me stories and have told me and have shown me screenshots of conversations and things that have happened behind the scenes that I wasn't privy to, things I didn't know about, stuff. And I was involved in a lot, but there was so much that I didn't know about stuff about certain people that I didn't know. It's all going to be in the book. And I honestly don't know how people are going to perceive that, certain people, because it's really not, there's a lot of it in there. By and large, it's one of the most positive stories, true stories, positively. But there's a lot of stuff in there that's not flattering. And quite frankly, it's kind of sad that certain things turned out the way they did, but it's got to be told and it's going to be in there. So I don't, so basically what I'm saying is I'm not shying away from negative stuff, and I'm not trying to just bolster a certain group of people and marginalize these people over here. It's all the dirty laundry is getting aired out. And
You're reporting on what happened.
That's just the way it is. If that's how it happened, yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm not. I got some stuff set up too, with some people for next week with some additional stories for some things that I didn't know about either. And so you guys can expect something very, very thorough. I'm telling you, this is something that I just really want to make sure that all the T's are crossed and all the I's are dotted, and that this one is, ironclad, so that when people read it, if people want to come at me, I've got sources and I've got things to back up what's being said in the book. So
don't let fear stop you. That's what I like about you, Zod. People,
I don't have fear. I've got people. I've got close friends that I know that I've actually submitted as much of the book that exists right now, and it's not done. It's not edited, but what is there is secure, digitally encrypted, so that if something happens to me, the book will get released one way or the other, even if it has to get released in like a raw form or something at some point. You guys will get it whether I'm dead or alive. So that's just it.
Well, Jason actually brought up a really good point right here. And for those we're just at the point where they're showing that parademon picture in that quarantine room thingy. God, I just love this movie. So much better than that other shitty version. Oh, Super Bro Corey. Well, thanks for stopping by, Corey.
He'll be back. His computer crashed.
Oh, yep, that happens.
Yeah.
But this is a really good point they made right here. Or go on to Ladia.
I was going to say that, the fact that, there was a shot, like when somebody mentioned Netflix to Zack, and Zack was like, "Oh yeah," and I was.
That was like, Sean O'Connell, unfortunately, but yeah.
Yeah. And I was just like, I'm just like, Zack is gonna tease us for days, and then, like, when it comes down to tonight's panel, he's gonna drop the big bomb, and then afterwards we're gonna get more information.
And it's been a pleasure having you, Super Bowl Corey.
Corey,
this is the scene that we're on right now with Wonder Woman. Is that it's such a great scene because if you notice throughout the film, Wonder Woman's not scared very easily. She's like laughing and smiling when she's fighting Doomsday, and even Steppenwolf a little bit. But like when she's about to go in and see Darkseid, it's like the first time you really see Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman, show true fear, because she knows how scary Darkseid is, the big threat that Darkseid is.
Yeah, Super Bro Corey. Just remember that we got tell Trey to DM me when you got a chance, so we can sort out a time for that interview with you and your brother.
See, it's like the little things like this is why the Snyder Cut is just so much better. It's like they're really showing the details about this. I mean, because even if Zack Snyder directed the theatrical version of Justice League and it was cut to 2 hours, I don't think it could have been this masterpiece that we see here right now.
I think it would have been probably similar to what we got in the with the theatrical cut of BVS.
Yeah.
It would have been a bunch of compromises, and then Zack would have taken the flack for it being considered clunky, disjointed, or whatever you want to use to describe basically the crap that the studio made Zack do to trim the movie down to a 2-hour runtime or whatever, or 2:14, whatever the runtime was overall. So I don't know. I'm in a lot of ways we probably came out better in the end with what Zack ended up putting out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well,
but I do think Justice League would have made $1 billion in the theater. I think Justice League would have made $1 billion because anything Zack would have came up with, 2 hours and 14 minutes would have been better likely than what we got theatrically. So.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I mean, the thing is, luckily, like Justice League was bad enough that it really pushed for this alternate cut of Justice League a lot more. This vastly superior version of the film. And one thing I'm going to say, kind of a hot take around right here, but let me explain why before I get the pitchforks at me. I'm actually very thankful we got Justice League, and here's why. Because of the movement to release the Snyder Cut, I've met so many great friends through campaigning for this movie. We've raised so much money for AFSP because we were all campaigning for the superior version of Justice League. So as much as I hate Justice League itself, in some ways I'm thankful we got it, not because of the quality of the movie, but because of what it led to, meeting all you guys. I wouldn't have it any other way. So
that's a whole other layer, a whole other level to all of this, though. That was what it means when we say turning a negative into a positive. That's what that basically is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're right. I mean, this turned into like a years long, crusade where we all become friends and we're all like just together, and we're, it's great. It's great stuff.
It really is.
It shows what can happen, as a collective, and it shows that, the Snyder army is not something to take lightly.
We're not. You do not underestimate the fandom. And I do want to kind of comment on this scene right here, how much a difference music makes. So we're at the Aquaman going down the pier drinking scene. And in Justice League, they play this like upbeat theme to make it seem like, oh, he's a badass through drinking. And then this version shows like the struggles that he's going through. It's the exact same scene, the exact same movements. The only thing that changes is, well, I guess the color grading, but also the music. It really shows what a difference music makes in the film. And this is like one scene here that highlights it really well.
Absolutely.
There is a king. I just love this. Don't want to sing too much, though, because you don't want to get the copyright bug.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'm still going to argue that Aquaman is not canon. Like the movie Aquaman is not canon to the Snyderverse. I think there's just way too many contradictions in that film. And I was willing to take that trade-off when we were getting the Snyderverse on WBD. But now that we're not getting that on WBD, I'm like, okay, then in that case, Aquaman's back out of the Snyderverse canon as far as I'm concerned.
But is the Snyderverse canon to the Flash? There's
well,
that
now I
question.
don't know. Because supposedly they took that conversation out. I mean, the only contradiction.
I don't know. I heard that they didn't. I heard that all that's in there, and I heard Henry Cavill's in the movie too. So I don't know.
I hope you're right. Especially, well, think about it like this: if they get the Snyderverse on Netflix deal done before the Flash comes out, why not just have that stuff restored and then say, yeah, you're getting more on Netflix of it over here?
It's kind of like I kind of look at it like this, and this is what I feel like people need to do, like with how you reconcile the Flash, is you look at the Flash as Warner Brothers being done with the Snyderverse, but you don't look at the Snyderverse as being done. You just look at this being Warner Brothers ending to the Snyderverse. And then if Cell is successful, which I believe it's going to be, then now the Snyderverse finishes and concludes properly on Netflix or wherever it ends up. And to me, that's how I'm going to look at it when I go to see The Flash, because it sounds to me like The Flash is has as much to do with the Tim Burton verse as it does with the Snyderverse. So it looks like it's more. It has a lot of layers to it, and it sounds like the movie is just one big fan wank to all things DC. That's what it sounds like. So whether, and maybe this is Warner Brothers, final goodbye to the Snyderverse, but who cares? Because if Cell happens, then whatever they're doing, it doesn't matter, because what's canon to us is Zack's 5-film arc.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe the Ayer cut. I mean, the Ayer cut definitely, and Wonder Woman 2017, I would kind of put in that canon, but just the completion of that. I mean, the 5 films arcs, that's the important part. That's the story. I actually kind of have I've always compared the Snyderverse a lot to Star Wars in a way, because Star Wars, you got 6 films that work as a complete story, but also has this expansive universe at the same time with Mandalorian, Obi-Wan. Like the Snyderverse, you got these 5 films that work as a complete story, but there's also room to expand it as well. So there's that. So if we just get those 2 films, that's the complete story. Oh God, the Sod. The Sod scene's coming up. That is just such a... Steppenwolf just sounds so much more badass in this movie. And I like that he's talking to Sod instead of Mother. Go on, Claudia.
The little clip, the 50 likes goal that Skywalker uses.
Oh, yeah. Well, in 5, 4... Okay, I don't know if I missed. I swear, every line Steppenwolf just says here is just so memorable. Like, I found one of the 3. Just that voice just makes any line sound so badass. Strong. There it is. That's the Skywalker clip.
Yeah.
See, I really want so I know that Netflix, the goal mainly is Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3. And I'm going to say the Ayer cut because that one's already filmed. But my point is, if that's all successful, you don't think Netflix is going to want to do more? Like, if Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 is successful, Netflix is going to be like, let's expand the story. Like, I want to see, what did Steppenwolf hear? Like here, he's begging for his mistake or begging the forgiveness. I want to know what Steppenwolf actually did.
So you're talking about like maybe Netflix will do a New Gods movie or a TV show.
That would
Maybe
be great.
maybe like a New Gods TV series.
Yeah,
Could
New
you
Gods, I think.
Could you
series from
imagine?
that.
Could you imagine? Wow.
And it would really, they could really just expand the story with that. Like, I mean, just see what happened. Just, yeah, that would be something so. I mean, that's a little outside.
Tell that whole story about how Steppenwolf betrayed Darkseid. Tell it in a TV show as a TV show, and it will give you all the context. And it could be like I could see it now. It could be that, Warner Brothers is so stupid. They don't realize that a New Gods TV show could be like DC, could be DC's Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
it really could be, because you're basically telling the story of, all of these, it's a family, it's a family story. And, so you have Darkseid, they're all related. So you have this whole scenario, and you'd learn about Granny Goodness. You'd learn about all of the, Big Berta. You'd learn about all that. You'd probably have Miracle Man in there somewhere. You'd learn all about, the New Gods conceptually, and they could do. I mean, I could just imagine what a TV show. They would need like Lord of the Rings money for a. They'd need Lord of the Rings money for a true New Gods TV show for it to work, because the visual effects would have to be off the chain.
Which we know Netflix has money, because Netflix is not broke like people think. Oh boy, the history lesson right here. Okay, this is going to be so different looking at this scene now, because now it's like you got now with Zack implanting that idea that they're Kryptonians. It's going to feel like such a different scene now. But, I mean, you're right. Yeah, that's exact. Sorry, lost train of thought right there. But you're exactly right, Zod. That would just be, it would need a big budget, but we know Netflix has the money, so. And Netflix is all in on Zack Snyder. So.
Right.
I mean, okay, so to address what Nightmare Allegory is saying, I mean, technically speaking, even if it's live action, it really would be animated, as all the characters would be CGI. It's like calling that 2019 Lion King movie live action. I mean, not really. So it would definitely be animated mostly, no matter what. But
yeah,
this is just so threatening here. I mean, I would be fine with that being animated, though. Like, I mean, kind of like I look at it kind of like Star Wars. Like, as long as the main story arc is live action, I'm fine with some of these side stories being animated.
There was a tweet that was put out right now. I want to read to you, because this is very important, and there's pictures with lots of cameras and lots of things going on. They said they're not doing the Q&A in that room, right? Because the IMAX venue needed the screen for a commercial showing. So why so many pro cameras? Almost as if they're preserving this for prosperity for any future promos that might require it.
Oh.
Which is to say that I think, and this is just, me going off of a hunch here, that it sounds like there's going to be a big announcement of something tonight, and it's going to have historical value. And what could that be if it's not the restoration of the Snyderverse?
Yeah. The only thing I could think of, too, is if they're going to announce that they're showing the Emerald Cut that they're getting in other places as well, like Chicago. I want a Chicago showing of this.
You and me both, Batman. And here's the thing, man. Let me make this promise to you right now, bro. If they show the Emerald Cut in Chicago, we will get together, you and I, and we will go see this film together, bro. Somehow.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's all I need them to do, is for them to have this showing somewhere. in Chicago, and we're good.
Yeah, we could invite Sox and Vegas, Chicago, right?
Oh, absolutely. Sox, Vega, you and me.
You need to get the Chicago Sill Nation people. You would get all the Chicago. Heck, maybe even, I mean, Sill's in Kentucky. Heck,
Sill's in Kentucky, and Sill's, Sill's a Chicago fan, so Sill might be able to even meet us for something like that if it happens. Chicago's closer to him than LA.
Yeah.
So we might be able to pull something like that off, and I think that would be huge. And we have to also remember that there's a possibility for something like that, because where is Zack Snyder originally from? He's from Wisconsin. And at some point, isn't he going to want to come home and do some kind of, screening in his hometown? I mean, I could imagine, even if it was in Wisconsin, it would be fine. Something where it would be more accessible to get to than LA. There was no way. I mean, there was no way I could do. The only way I would have did it, and I was talking to my dad about it yesterday, and I basically told him, I said, the only way I would have did this Snyder Con in LA is if I could have gotten a ticket, and if I would have gotten a ticket, I probably only would have did it for Justice League, because they're probably going to show the Emerald cut. So I probably only would have did it for that day, but it would have been complicated because, you got airfare, you've got all these things you got to do, all these things you got to worry about.
Work, hotel.
I'm pretty sure that like with Sill just connected with Sky, and so they're together the whole time, and it's cool and all. But I honestly would have, for me, it would make sense, just from a geographical perspective, for there to be some kind of, for there to be something out this way,
Yeah, like get Chicago, New York, all these different parts.
That's why I say it would have been great if they could have did like a Fathom Events kind of thing, where they had it, were showing it all over the world, and you could see the screenings of the movies. And then you could also watch the Q&As at the end in Fathom Events on a big screen. And yet they could have did that worldwide. Cities all over the world. Why not?
Because people would see it, especially if it's a new version.
People would have paid too. Honestly, for all three. I mean, if we could have gotten a pass, and even if it was, as long as, like you said, as long as it was in, in a local city that you could get to easily without having to, break the bank and take off of work, you could just, you could imagine, being able to do it, and having it all over the world would just be fair, because, Snyder fans, DC fans are worldwide. It's not just LA, but I mean,
and especially too, because when it was announced, it was pretty last minute, considering, like, I mean, a month away. I mean, I had like a trip planned right before that, so I couldn't, like, me personally, I just taking off work again alone, I could not do. But also the money was expensive. So, and I agree, if it's local, if it's all local for everyone, that's so much easier. I could swing last minute easily. Because, yeah, you're right. I wouldn't have to take off work. I wouldn't have to travel. I wouldn't have to get a hotel. I could literally just go home. And so right now, just for context, where they're all hiding the mother boxes. And, yeah, I do say it's kind of funny. The Amazons and the Atlanteans kind of like really secure it, and the men just kind of bury it somewhere. But what else could they really do? Other than maybe lock it in a box and throw it into the deepest part of the ocean.
Exactly.
And also, too, sometimes like burying it is better than heavily guarding it, because if you're heavily guarding it, they know exactly where it is and they can find a way to break defenses. Or if you just bury it somewhere, that's a lot harder to. In some ways, that's actually harder.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So remember in the trailer in this scene, like the trailer, you saw a little green screen there still, but in the movie, Zack fixed it. Like when Diana said the age of hero will never come again. So
yeah, you're never gonna get no shoddy green screen work. And do you remember when Zack made the comment about how, and I just love the way he kept sticking it to Warner Brothers and he kept sticking it to the haters, where Zack made the comment about no reshoots. Where he says we don't do them, or not us. When somebody mentioned reshoots, it was either Dave the Film Junkie or Colbert or O'Connell. One of them mentioned something about reshoots or something, and Zack was like, not us, like because Zack never does freaking reshoots. So all that talk that they do, where they were acting like reshoots are normal and reshoots are but that's not what Zack does. That's not his thing. He doesn't do reshoots.
Because sometimes says the first take is the best. That's what he says. Like a lot of times, like he says that, if the few times he's done it is that the first take just ends up being the best anyway. So there's no reason to.
Right.
Oh boy, you're gonna get one of the best Flash scenes ever. Like, I mean, obviously not the best Flash scene. That's later in the movie, but the scene that's about to come up with Barry rescuing Iris is just such a. I don't know, just like the soundtrack is so good, and I love how Zack applies real world physics to this. Like, he doesn't have Flash just carry her, because he's right. That would you would get incinerated if he did that.
Are we getting the greatest Flash scene? Are we getting the greatest Flash scene in the Flash, or did we already get it in Zack Snyder's Justice League, Batman?
I mean, we could get it's Zack Snyder, so I don't know if it'll be better than the Speed Force scene, but I still think we could get some pretty cool stuff in the Speed Force or in the Flash movie. I'm not a Snyder only person. I'm open to other directors doing it. As long as Zack directs Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3, I'm open to other directors. I was open to Muschietti doing Man of Steel too, honestly.
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with you too. I think it's crazy that certain people expect Zack to direct everything, but by the same token, I do like the fact that Zack's stuff is held in such high regard that some people only want Zack's story to be told by Zack Snyder. So I do appreciate that, but at the same time, one of the testaments to Zack being such a great filmmaker is that it allows other people to come in and add to the tapestry. And that's something that a lot of people miss out on when they just want one vision. Because Zack wasn't just, because people forget, Zack wasn't just, it wasn't just him. His whole idea was he's building the DC EU, and he wants to allow other filmmakers to come in and do their thing as well. It's not like he was just only wanted it to be about Zack himself. So so to me, it's bittersweet in a lot of ways, because I feel like this Flash movie could be good. I mean, if you ask some people, it's a masterpiece. And of course we get the obligatory, Taladio, it's better than The Dark Knight. We hear that about every superhero movie that comes out now. Oh, it's better than The Dark Knight. The greatest superhero movie since The Dark Knight. Like, The Dark Knight is the gold standard for everybody, and it's just like, I say, well, what about Zack Snyder's Justice League? Is it better than Zack Snyder's Justice League? Zack Snyder's Justice League is the bar that I'm looking at when I look at all these other movies. Is it better than Zack Snyder's Justice League? And I can honestly say that all the DC movies that have come out since Zack Snyder's Justice League have not been better than Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Nothing beats Zack Snyder's Justice League. Let's put it like that.
So what are we meant to think at this point, right? Like, oh yeah, because there were people saying that Shazam 2 was better than The Dark Knight.
Oh God. I mean, I haven't seen Shazam 2, but from the first movie, I can already say
wait. You read my review, right?
Oh yeah, I read your review.
The review I wrote on for Geekosity. You read it, right?
Yes.
Then you've seen Shazam 2.
Oh yeah,
you don't need to watch the movie. I saw it for you.
Here's my thing. Besides Zachary Levi, everything else was great. Asher Angel should have been Shazam. No questions. Forget Zachary Levi. Just take him out of the film. Just put Asher Angel. Be both
yeah,
characters.
Asher Angel's great. Well, I'll put it like this: if they do restore the Black Adam universe on Netflix, and I hope they do a rebooted Shazam, but keep Asher Angel as Billy Batson.
Yeah. Because that's
so another.
Go on.
I was going to say another contradiction right here: non-highborn Atlanteans breathing air. I mean, maybe we shouldn't just assume they're not highborn, but it seemed like in Aquaman, the only people who were considered highborn were like the royal people and like the advisors, not all these soldiers. Mm-hmm. So another issue of people keep trying to say, well, Zack, they consulted with Zack. I'm like, yeah, I don't doubt the initial development fit in line with the Snyder Cut a lot more, but the final product, once they deviated from Zack's vision, changed.
Right. That's exactly what my problem is. If they would have left Zack Snyder alone, a perfect example is David Ayer. The Ayer cut, okay? And the first Wonder Woman movie. Zack was involved in those projects. Everything that Zack was involved in, that Zack had a hands-on role in, is good, is quality, is good material, and can be considered part of the Snyderverse. That's what I mean. But when you look at the movies, like you said, the movies that deviated, that tried to move us further away from the Snyderverse, there's a reason why those movies didn't do well. People wanted more of this story. It's not so much that people wanted Zack to direct every movie. It's that they wanted the movies to continue that standard of quality that Zack Snyder set with the movies that he's done. And to me, that's really the only requirement. I'm expecting to enjoy the Suicide Squad, David Ayer's Suicide Squad, not James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, but David Ayer's Suicide Squad. I'm expecting to enjoy David Ayer's Suicide Squad film just as much as Zack Snyder's films, because I know it's going to be a quality film, and I know it's going to fit in with the Snyderverse. So I'm expecting that because it's of a higher standard. But when I look at movies like the movies that have come out, like Shazam and Birds of Prey and all those types of movies, those movies don't hold the same standard. Those movies don't have that same gloss to them that the Snyderverse does. So that's where my problem is. It's not other directors. I don't care. It's not that other directors can't make good movies and they all have to be Zack Snyder, but they do have to have that same quality level. And I think Andy Muschietti is the type of director who can deliver a quality movie, within that Snyderverse playground. And I kind of feel bad for Andy Muschietti because it sounds like they've been messing with his movie too. And because Sil pointed out that there is a Muschietti cut of The Flash, so
which Netflix could maybe buy.
Are we going to be calling for that? Because
I think so.
Yeah. I think
100%
we're going to be calling for that. Definitely, especially with the Henry Cavill scene restored and the actual conversation between Zack Snyder's Justice League and that references Zack Snyder's Justice League, because there's so many people trying to say that the Flash is Justice canon. Like there's these Snyder onlys are trying to say this is the Flash is Justice canon. Flash is Justice canon. It's like, look, I know what Zack Snyder said.
You have to remember though that there's all these reports coming out that they cut out all the references to the Snyderverse. So if that's true, and they cut out all the references to the Snyderverse, then essentially they are telling you that Justice League is canon because they're not referencing the Snyderverse at all, but they are referencing Justice League. but that remains to be seen. Since none of us
If they
have seen
reference
the movie,
Justice League.
yeah, we don't know because we haven't seen the movie. But I will say this, and I keep saying this when Snyder only fans say anything like that. I always say, well, what about the Flying Fox? The Flying Fox was destroyed in Justice League. The Flying Fox was not destroyed in Zack Snyder's Justice League. So why, if this movie is Justice canon, how is it possible for Ben Affleck's Batman to use the Flying Fox in The Flash? And we've been seeing it in the trailers. It's in the trailers. And Ben Affleck directly references Barry traveling through time in one of the previous trailers. I think it was the first trailer that came out. He's referencing the Snyderverse right then and there. So unless all of that is cut out, unless the Flying Fox is cut out and all the big conversation between Affleck and the Flash about time travel is removed, I don't know how you can say that it's that the Snyder cut is not canon to that movie. I have a feeling that everything is canon to that movie because that movie is a multiverse movie. So therefore, the Snyderverse is canon. Justice League is canon. The Burtonverse is canon. Linda Carter's Wonder Woman is canon. Christopher Reeve is canon. Michael Keaton is canon. It's all canon because
George Clooney.
It takes place. George Clooney, because it takes place in the multiverse, and that's what people are forgetting about. You're dealing with a multiverse with the Flash. If there's any place where anything and everything could be considered canon, it's a Flash movie because it deals with the multiverse and the Speed Force. So
exactly, well said, Zodwriter. Very, very well said. And I'm going to just say something kind of crazy. It's also possible just to try to enjoy a movie for what it is instead of trying to find which movie it's canon to. Because, I mean, I have a bit of a hot take. If a movie is technically Justice canon, but is written and directed well, it's still a good movie. I mean, it's like saying that every Star Wars production is bad because Rise of Skywalker is canon to it. It's like, that's just the thing with any expanded universe.
Well, there's some people who would actually say that, though. And that's the point. You got to understand. There's people that will say, I can't watch Star Wars anymore because of Rise of Skywalker, because of how the new trilogy ended.
Oh.
I can't look at Star Wars the same way. So therefore, it ruins the movies for me. Now, I look at it differently. I've got the original unaltered versions of the Star Wars trilogy. So when I want to watch Star Wars, those are the movies I watch. Now I don't, and so it doesn't matter to me what else comes. And this is the greatest part about what Zack is doing. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, that Zack is able to finish and we get those 5 movies. Those 5 movies are going to be the movies most people that are fans of this are going to choose to watch. Most people are going to choose to watch Man of Steel, BVS Ultimate Edition, Zack Snyder's Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, and Zack Snyder's Justice League 3. If we don't, if nothing else, those 5 movies will be there, and that pleases everybody. It pleases us. It pleases Snyder onlys. It pleases, and then anything else that comes out is all just extra stuff. It's all just world, because that's what Wonder Woman was. Wonder Woman was world building. You could consider Wonder Woman a part of the Snyderverse because that movie was world building. It was part of it, but you don't have to watch it to enjoy, the 5 movie arc that Zack intended. It's the same way. So that's my whole point. Like, I mean, I'm looking at the Flash the same way. The Flash is a multiverse movie, so you can look at. So I'm looking at it like this. I could watch, the Tim Burton movies. I could watch the Joe Schumacher movies. I could watch the Christopher Reeve movies. I could watch some Snyderverse movies, and then like watch a few of those movies, and then throw on the Flash for good measure. And it's like Flash is canon to all of them. So now, you don't have a problem. So it all just depends on the way you look at these things, though.
Exactly.
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, and it sounds like Andy Muschietti really, really does respect the material. I mean, he's got Michael Shannon back as General Zod, for Christ's sake. I mean, what? I mean, come on.
Well,
That's
it's like the Snyder
crazy.
And
Oh, go on,
Viola.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ferrara's also in it too.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, so
goodness.
if you're just joining us right now, we're on the Cyborg scene at 123.46, around that. I'm sure we're all slightly different, but I just gotta talk about this scene right here. This is just such a great scene, just seeing Cyborg learn to use his abilities. I get what they mean when they said Ray Fisher was the heart of the movie. Just like this scene right here just really shows it. I mean, you really see how much of his stuff was cut in Justice. Like, you really feel Ray Fisher's just developed so much more here. And it's really a shame that Ray Fisher wasn't in the Flash movie. I mean, me personally, I'm not going to boycott a Flash movie over Cyborg.
Do we know for a fact he's not in it? We know for a fact they didn't use any archival footage. He's not in it at all. We know for a fact.
I mean, technically, if it's archive footage, it's not quite the same thing. But I mean, for all we know, Ray Fisher did come in during that race period of DeLuca. I could see that happen.
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in it and he just can't say anything. I don't know. You know what? I'm trying to be the Flash. I'm trying to give the Flash the benefit of the doubt because of Andy Muschietti. I think that he respects the Snyderverse, and it's clear that he has big respect for Zack because, he consulted with Zack. Michael Shannon went to Zack Snyder before he agreed to come back and be Zod again. He went to him and said, and got his blessing to do it. And if Zack didn't believe in it, and Zack thought that the movie was going to completely ruin Snyderverse canon, Zack would have told him, I don't think it's a good idea. But Zack gave him his blessing. So obviously there must be some stuff in it. And that's what I hope somebody asks Zack Snyder. If somebody asks him, hey, Zack, have you seen the Flash movie yet? Did Andy Muschietti let you watch The Flash yet? Because we want to know, is it fair to the Snyderverse? I mean.
Exactly. And that would... But Andy Muschietti you're right, he does seem to respect Zack Snyder. Like, I think he consulted with Zack Snyder for Ben's scenes even, too. I mean...
Yeah, that's what I heard, too.
And the fact that he wanted Ray Fisher in this movie too. I mean,
he's another one I'm trying to get a couple of quotes from for Pause Not Stopped. I'm trying to get a couple quotes. So Bob on your show, I'm trying to get a couple of quotes from Andy Muschietti for the book as well. So we'll see. Because here's the thing, guys. This is what I mean. Like this is not. We don't. If this Flash movie is as good as people are saying it is, it's only that good because it respects everything that's come before it and then just ushers things into the future. So if it's a bad movie, it's a bad movie because it doesn't do right by the things that it's referencing, or the plot is just bad. But I don't know. I just have a feeling it's going to be a really good film, and that we should all be looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am. I already took a half day of PTO off for the 15th, which is the real, like, I know the 16th is like the listed premiere date, but it's always the Thursday before that it actually premieres. So I'm gonna get tickets for it.
It's Christmas for Snyder fans. It's Christmas for Snyder fans tonight, and it's gonna be. And this will determine, tonight will determine how we all feel going into June.
I mean, no matter what, I'm going to... Oh, boy, this is a depressing scene to see right here, because Billy Crudup is unfortunately not in the Flash movie. Which, I mean, you could argue that's the only contradiction to the Snyder Cut, but guess what? That's also a contradiction to Justice League, too. So you can't really count that against the Flash movie too much. I really wish they got Billy Crudup for like the reshoots, because I doubt Henry Allen had that big of a role in this movie, and I feel like they could have found some time with the millions of reshoots.
That's another thing. That's another bone of contention to the Snyder onlys as well. The recasting of Henry Allen.
But to be fair, it was a scheduling conflict. Andy Muschietti wanted Billy Crudup.
Of course he did.
And it was the film got delayed so many times. Like, he was scheduled to come back, but the film delayed so many times that it conflicted with one of his other commitments.
Yeah.
I mean, besides, you don't know how much Henry Allen's in this movie. And, I mean, who knows? What if they play it as, like, a timeline change? Dude, like, what if, I mean, here's a thought. What if you do get Billy Crudup in the beginning and the end of that movie, and then we get, like, Ron Livingston as, like, a time-displaced Henry Allen?
Very possible.
I mean, and two is, I mean, I hate recastings personally, because it messes with continuity for me. Like, I hated it every single time the MCU has done it. But at the same time, I understand it happens. Recastings happen. And, if Ezra Miller doesn't continue the current journey they're on of getting mental health, it's going to happen with The Flash. I hope it doesn't, but that's, again, that'd be another recasting we have to live with, which, I'm sorry, I do have to kind of call this out a little bit. I see accounts that have openly supported Ezra Miller through all this stuff that went down that are talking about boycotting The Flash. I'm like, I'm sorry, if this film fails to a boycott, do you think it's going to be associated with Ray Fisher? That's why I just find it so weird when I see these Ezra Miller supporting accounts talk about boycotting The Flash. It's like, I promise you, it's not going to be associated with what you think it is if the film fails due to a boycott. So, again, I know this is a kind of a hot topic among different people, but you know my personal stance, so that's why no matter what happens with the Snyderverse, I am supporting this Flash film. And that's...
I like all the stuff that I'm hearing about it. I like the fact that it's supposed to, reference and sell. It sounds like the movie is just like a big DC Comics celebration. That's what the movie sounds like to me. Like they said that there's so many references and so many cameos and so many things in there for people that are fans of DC that there's basically something for everybody. So that includes Snyderverse fans. So
yeah. This is one way that everyone can be happy. Oh, I just love that scene when Barry's like, someone who's looks like me, that's definitely not me. That's just so... And again, just like another detail that his suit is a special suit that can withstand the speed. Because Zack pays attention to physics in his movie.
Yes.
And, I'm going to say something that's going to piss off a lot of people. Grant Gustin is the most overrated actor ever at this point. And it's not through Grant Gustin's fault of his own. Make no mistake.
And that's the thing. I heard he's not even in the Flash movie. So what does that tell you? If he's not in the movie,
and he's good for where he is, but
you'll
he's
be
not
happy.
Yeah, and unfortunately I will be, and I feel bad saying this because I don't have anything against Grant Gustin personally, just his fans who
that's what the problem. That's what a lot of people say when it comes to us who are,
and that's a fair point.
Snyderverse. They don't have nothing personal against Snyder himself, but they hate all of us.
I mean, to be fair, there are some Snyder fans that I don't like. I mean, I love everyone in Soul Nation, but outside of Soul Nation, there are definitely Snyder fans I'm like kind of about. So that's why I try not to say too much, but it was like, I mean, even before anything went down with Ezra Miller, even when Ezra Miller was first announced as Flash, people were already attacking them. Before any of this stuff went down, people were attacking Ezra. And that really kind of frustrated me. It's like, give another actor a chance.
Yeah, give peace a chance. You can do it. So somebody just
I totally relate to Flash.
Sorry,
I
go
need friends.
Somebody just posted on Twitter that Ray Fisher sitting down in the crowd and everybody started cheering for him.
Oh, nice.
He sat down next to some fans in the crowd. Yeah, he's definitely there tonight. Definitely.
I want to bring this up real quick, actually, because Nightmare brought up a really good point. Oh, actually, no, hold on a second. I do want to touch on this one part that we're about to see right here, since this is what Full Circle is about. The scene right here where with the You Are Not Alone, AFSP. Just remember, because this is what Full Circle is about. You're not alone, people.
Of course.
If you ever need anyone, and I just love how Zack inserted that in, because I think that was CGI. I think Zack put that in post-production, CGI. Like, I don't think that was actually in the movie originally. So, but okay, so what about Nightmare Allegory's point right here? Do you think that it is referencing Justice League because of the multiverse exposition? Maybe. I don't know. I mean, just mentioning that there's other timelines.
Yeah, because that's what Justice League would be. Justice League would be another timeline. Well,
could you imagine if the Flash... Oh my god, I just love the scene right here where Alfred just like does not want anyone else making tea. See, Zack Snyder does comedy so well. Like, it's not like there's like it's not like comedy as much as it is comedic relief. Just basically, you know, something you can like chuckle a little bit, but it doesn't totally take you out of the film. Or this other scene where Wonder Woman comments on how Batman's basically copying her. And actually, I'm going to kind of address what Nightmare Allegory says right here. Personally, I never considered the Schumacher stuff canon to the Burton stuff because you got a different you got a different Batman, you got a totally different tone, and the Harvey Dent recast, it's literally two different races of people. So, like, that's a major continuity recast right there. So I'm just going to say that I personally never consider that stuff canon. I mean, I know you have two supporting actors, but actors play multiple universes all the time. I mean, heck, Kevin Conroy's been Batman in all sorts of different continuities. So I never consider that canon to the Burtonverse at this point.
And apparently the Flash isn't either. The Flash has got them being separated because yeah. So Keaton is the Burtonverse and Clooney is the Schumacher verse. But imagine if the Flash gets stuck in the Schumacher verse at the end of the film. Imagine if that's true. Just imagine.
Oh God. Oh, that would.
And then they make it, and then the movie makes $1 billion, and they have to make a sequel, and he's in that universe, and George Clooney has to play Batman for the majority of the film.
Oh,
because
God.
Wow.
Unless they resolve that cliffhanger very quickly. Unless it's like they do a sequel and Barry gets out within like the first 5 minutes.
And then you even got Chris O'Donnell that'll come out in the Robin suit.
The Nightwing suit, yeah.
Yeah, Nightwing, yeah.
See, and this is like another scene I just love right here of like Wonder Woman just also trying to reach out to Cyborg. It's like another... I love how Cyborg just says like, fuck the world right there. Because one thing I like about Zack Snyder, he's not afraid to use F-bombs, but they don't feel like they're there just for being there. Like, Titans, I feel like they say F-bombs, so they're like, hey guys, this isn't a kid show, this isn't a kid show, this isn't a kid show. Look, we're saying the F-bomb.
Yeah, they have to keep reminding you. Like they did that in the very first episode where they had Robin be like, F Batman. It was like they did that in the trailer, and it was like, what? For what?
To just tell you that it's not a kid's show. Like, and it's funny, like I've been rewatching Clone Wars, which is technically a kid's show to get ready for a Star Wars Day video I want to do. And it's just and it really, people say it's a kid's show, but like there's so much violence that happens in the kid's show. I mean, for a kid's show. I mean, do I need them to drop F-bombs just to tell me that it's not a kid's show? I mean, is that what?
No, you don't. But on that note, guys, I got to get going. But I just wanted to say thank you to you, Bat Dan and Taladia. Thanks for having me here. It's been fun, to just chill watching this movie and hanging out with you guys. Awesome. I can't wait till tonight. We're gonna finally find out. I think we're gonna get a bomb tonight, guys.
Oh, I think so too. I'm really excited. And again, really thank you for stopping by, Zodwriter. You're welcome on my show anytime.
Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you guys a little later.
Take care, Zod.
Talk to you later.
Peace.
So it's interesting, to say the least, that how you could see Cyborg's his mentality where he is right now for this film, right? In the scene we're in.
Yeah. Like he's just like he knows that the mother box means something and he has to just very intense, like very panicked, burying it so that because I mean it created him and he's powerful. So I mean he knows that like another like him would not be good.
Yes.
I really hope that I'm just saying, again, I know that I do try to keep my expectations somewhat realistic with the Netflix like the Netflix proposal, but I'm just saying a Ryan Choi movie would also be really great too. I just love that scene where he's like trying to make a joke, like he's just trying to be funny, and it's just so awkward because Silas Stone is like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, well, Nightmare, they're not that clever. Unfortunately, it's just again one of James Gunn's notes. And actually, hold on a second, actually. And it's just so sad right here is like just Silas Stone seeing like that broken box, like just feeling bad that Cyborg didn't take that Victor didn't take his advice.
I think, I was going to tell you tonight, I think we're going to get something big going to be announced, and everyone's going to lose their shit, essentially.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
And actually, you know what? Nightmare Allegory, check your Facebook post, or check your Facebook. I sent you the link. Oh boy, J.K. Simmons. Just another great casting that I want to see more of.
He got royally screwed over.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think he's recovered. I think he's got a lot of other projects. But yeah, I mean, he was... Well, who knows how many more projects he would have been in, because I think if everything had gone as planned, I think he would have actually gotten killed off in the Batfleck film.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, if they just did if they did the Batfleck film, essentially J.K. Simmons, everything would have kind of been made up for what he lost anyways. But he really got in shape. And then, like, his other project he does as Commissioner Gordon gets cut, Batgirl. Oh, God, the parademons are just so scary.
That's something I noticed about this film is the parademons, how scary they are.
Yeah. And because See, this was like one of the scenes that was used in Justice League that kind of worked in the Snyder cut. Like Barry's awkward crush on Diana. Like when he's like, "Hi, Barry, I'm Diana." Just, I don't know. That was so funny. Just, it's just funny because you see all these scenes that you don't think they're going to use in the Snyder cut because they're so comedic, but it's like in like the context of the Snyder cut, it just really works. Oh boy, another badass scene right here. And just like right here, you get like another bit of setup for Aquaman when they talk about Orm and like what a not great ruler he is. So something you have to wonder. So like right now they're speaking Dolphin. I'll call it Dolphin because that's what it sounds like. But then Mirror's about to open up an air bubble and then they speak English or English. I'm sure it's some translated language. But the point is, do they essentially just learn 2 languages from birth for like just for like going in the air bubble?
I think it's just because remember when they did Zack Snyder's Justice League, they didn't have the technology back then to do, you know, underwater talking like how in James Bond version of Aquaman.
Well, Zack Snyder said he was trying to go with physics because in physics you can't talk underwater.
Right.
Like if you were to, because you wouldn't be able to make those sounds. That's why he gave them the dolphin language. Because I mean, because Zack Snyder definitely it looks a lot more like like underwater than Aquaman. It looks more like what you would actually see underwater.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just love this scene. Just because it's like another scene that is so bad, like in Justice League, when like Steppenwolf just goes underwater. It just looks so bad. Whereas here, it's just actually badass.
Yes.
And I just love this scene right here. So just again, just strictly talking about the character and how she's written. I'm not going to get into any of the stuff outside of that, but Mira is just such a badass, and like Zack Snyder did such a good job with Mira in this scene, just like actually having her put up a pretty good fight against Steppenwolf. And just like the way that like Mira's just like draining the water from him and like the blood coming out. It's like she's actually like using her abilities the way an Atlantean should use their abilities. Just saying, Zack Snyder's really good with female characters. Like he is just so good at like making them such badasses. Oh boy, Aquaman's just coming in to save the day.
But he's too late.
Well, he wasn't technically late. It was more of Steppenwolf just managed to get away. But it really just shows it. I mean, it takes... I mean, the Amazons alone couldn't stop him. Like, it took... I mean, you really see why they brought Superman back. Because it's like the Amazons couldn't stop him. Aquaman couldn't stop him. Mira couldn't stop him. It's like... And I kind of like what they do here, though. It's like, I like that they show, like, Aquaman's kind of resistant to join the League, but here when he fights Steppenwolf, and Steppenwolf beats him, he's like, oh, shit, yeah, no, they definitely need my help. I definitely need their help to stop him. See, it's funny because in Justice League, they refilmed that scene so that Mira specifically says her parents fought in the war, not died. I'm like, they clearly changed that to make it line up with Aquaman. Just saying. I mean, people try to act like that's such a minor issue. I'm like, no, the death of a parent is a pretty big issue. And yes, there's like explanations people come up with in their heads, but it's like, if you have to come up with that many explanations in your head, it doesn't work as canon. You shouldn't have to come up with like millions upon millions of explanations. I just look at Aquaman as a good movie outside of the Snyderverse. Saves all the headache. So, yeah, I rant about that a lot. So, and you got another one, Cyborg again. Resistant to join the League, but then sees that, oh shit.
I wonder how much money has been made in terms of for the AFSP, like how much donations has been made.
I don't know. If anyone knows the numbers in the chat, let us know.
Because I'm trying to find the figures on Twitter, but nobody's posted anything.
See, remember in Justice League how they replaced that with like the Danny Elfman theme? It's like, no, that's
Oh,
not
yeah.
Ben Affleck's theme. Like, I'll be honest, I was not a big fan of the choice to use the John Williams theme in Black Adam. I think that, like, that's not Henry Cavill's theme. So. So just another time check. We are at 1:53:03:04. It's hard to say an exact time check because, like, by the time you like post it, it's already a few seconds behind.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we're approaching another badass scene, or
Badass section.
There's just so much, but like I love when they all drop down. You just hear that da. I don't want to overdo it because YouTube and their copyrights. Which is, again, why I always emphasize to people, if it sounds like you can hear the movie on your end, let me know, because
We don't want to get copyright claimed.
I mean, technically I already have a copyright claim for the intro, but my video isn't taken down as a result. But, like, if it's actually, like, you can hear the whole movie, it could get, like, a copyright strike. Don't. I just love that look that Wonder Woman gives. He's like, don't engage alone. Barry, get back here. Or Barry, don't go all far ahead. I just love that. Like, so Bruce has been Batman for 20 years, as confirmed in Batman v Superman. And yet there are still people like Victor who are like, oh, I didn't think you were real. It just shows how good Batman is at operating in the shadows. See, I love that line right here when he's like, I'm really missing Superman. Because even though, like, Superman's not in this film a lot, in a way, it's still about him. Because the whole thing is Superman's legacy, essentially. So it still works as part of the arc that is the Superman-centric arc that is the Pentology. So even though Superman is barely in it, just little lines like that show his legacy. And I just love it. I love it here how like Cyborg is like, no, and like but he still doesn't want to completely admit that he does love his dad. He just, in the spur of the moment, he reacts, but then later on he's like, oh yeah, of course, you're my father, but doesn't show any emotion. See, and I love that even though they like gave like a new theme for Wonder Woman in this movie, I like that he still incorporates the other theme from BVS and Wonder Woman 2017.
Yeah.
Like that theme's not
that cool. Like, the theme that they use for Wonder Woman in this movie.
Yeah, it really is. Like, I love it. I love even though like it's a different composer, Tom Holkenberg, I like that he so like respects Hans Zimmer's work in this movie and still uses like Superman and Wonder Woman's themes that's established for their version of the characters. But yeah, I really hope that we see Gal Gadot there. One, because I would love to hashtag Mikey was right again. But also, it would just be so cool to see. I mean, I'm just saying, like, getting big actors for not doing more just seems kind of weird to me. And see, it's so funny. Like, CW Flash is able to break physics and just run people out one by one, whereas this Barry, he can't do that. He has to follow physics, and if he runs them out, they'll incinerate, or their organs will I'm not a sciencey person, so
Yeah, I
science
understand.
person.
But the way Zack does the visuals is just amazing.
Yeah, he's like even Zack Snyder's haters admit that his visuals are good. This is like probably like the first this is I'm not counting that one. This is like the first Justice League like movie series that really involves Alfred a lot. Because in like Justice League animated series, you don't see a lot of Alfred, and in like any Justice League animated movie, you barely see Alfred. Whereas this movie, Alfred is involved in it so much.
Which is great to see that Jeremy Irons got a little bit more scenes in this version than the theatrical.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, if they do the Batfleck movie, on Netflix, I still kind of hope they kill off Alfred, because I feel like that would add a lot of weight to the film.
Yes, it would.
But also, too, like, I still feel like I know they keep saying the story's not going to be the same, the story's not going to be the same, the story's not going to be the same, but I still feel like Ben Affleck will still get like I still feel like his character will die in the movie, in Justice League 3. So it kind of makes sense to have Alfred kind of be gone as well by that point. Sorry, guys, I didn't bring a sword. Yeah, sorry for the flashbacks right there. Ooh, and actually we got someone else joining us. We got Nightmare Robin. How are you, man?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm all
What's
right.
up,
How you
Nightmare
doing?
Robin? What's up, man?
What's up? How's it going?
Thanks for joining us. Just so you have a
sure
time
thing.
check, we are at 2 hours and 58 seconds if you need to catch up.
Okay, definitely need to catch up. Where's that at?
2 hours, 1 minute, and 10 seconds.
All right.
I would do a pause to have us sync up at some point, but the only reason I'm going to not do that is because we're already kind of pushing it before like the viral event starts.
Yeah, I'm already behind, so I'll just talk about what you guys are talking about.
But basically, Flash just saved Wonder Woman, and they cut out the whole Barry landing on her boobs thing without that awful scene in there.
I fucking hate that scene.
And I hate that one goes on Zack Snyder's resume. Because, like, technically, Justice League, unfortunately, goes on his resume because of the Directors Guild and that bullshit technicality. But it's like, Zack would never do that because he really respects his female characters.
Yeah, and it's so outdated, too.
Just such juvenile humor, too. I don't need that.
Yeah.
Like, this Wonder Woman right here is a badass. The way she just does that bracelet thing and knocks Steppenwolf down. So, yeah, Nightmare. And by the way, Nightmare, just let me know when you need another time check, and then I can get it for you.
That's okay.
And basically, we got to the scene where Cyborg's like, "You're my father," and just really shows how Cyborg is just he's not ready to resolve his issues with his dad. He's still very resistant.
Yeah. You can tell he really cares about him.
Yeah, he does. He just doesn't want to show it.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, that's the whole thing about a parent. I mean, a parent's job is to protect their child, even if it means being hated by them.
Yep, that's for sure.
And since he wasn't there in his life, he's trying to make up for it now by giving him another life.
Yeah.
Oh, I just love this. just love that scene where he's like, "I'll take it from here." That's such another great scene. Like, it's like again, it's like a bit of dramatic relief.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and it's like the jokes aren't really jokes, you know. It's just funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, like life. I mean, here's the thing: life has funny moments.
Right.
It's like realistic humor.
Yeah, not forced. You can tell if it's organic or not.
And we got Lyle in the chats, or I think that's how you pronounce it. What up, man? Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, what's up?
I mean, I think honestly, if we were to get any other project outside of Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 in the air cut, I could see the Cyborg movie on Netflix because Ray Fisher's already working with them. He's a pretty, I mean, compared to the other actors, he's not like as big of a star. He does a lot of smaller projects anyways. Like I think they could pull it off for Cyborg.
I think so too. I mean, he fucking crushed it in Zack Snyder's Justice League. He was the heart of the whole story. You know, I loved it.
Yeah, and you know what would be really good justice if they got. So I can't pronounce his name. Rick from the guy who was going to direct The Flash originally. I'm just saying, if they got him back to direct the Cyborg movie on Netflix, that would be real justice right there. And it'd be so fitting because in his version of the film, Cyborg was like the second airy character in that Flash film, in his version of the film.
Yeah, wasn't that supposed to be more like Back to the Future?
Well, this current one now is like kind of like has Back to the Future influences. Rick's version of the film, and not to just address him by the first name, but I cannot pronounce his last name. It was basically going to be kind of like a buddy movie between Flash and Cyborg taking down Captain Cold.
Captain Cold? I didn't know he's going to be in it.
Yeah, he was going to be in that version of the film. Like they weren't jumping to like Flashpoint. That was a WB thing.
Oh, right. Oh, wow, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
I remember there was you know, they were trying to figure out which one they wanted to go with, but I didn't know that's what they were going with.
Yeah, eventually they settled. Well, too, I mean, they settled on like this Batman movie because, and again, I don't mean to keep harping on this part, but I feel like I need to clarify before anything with Ezra went down. Even before that, they didn't feel like Ezra Miller themselves could carry a film. So that's why they incorporated like this Batman element of Michael Keaton in the film.
Were they scared it was too light, or
they just didn't think they didn't think Ezra Miller would be a big enough box office draw.
Oh yeah, that's why they got Michael Keaton to make sure it's a safe movie.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why and they're always harping on Batman. WB is like relies on Batman to carry DC.
Yeah, a little too much.
See, I love this part. Like, I love how this is where like he sees like the mother boxes are on Earth, and this is like where Steppenwolf really gets to redeem himself, and where Zack Snyder mentions, you know, the multiverse before anyone else. Zack Snyder did.
Yeah, they were trying to make The Flash the first multiverse movie, but technically it's Snyder's movie.
Yeah. Well, when the Flash movie, when like Andy Muschietti's version of the film was being developed, it was when they were going to do Hamada's Disconnected verse.
You know, I think Hamada could have gotten away with it if he just instead of like, I mean, he could have still done what he was doing, but what he should have realized is everything that he was taking away, he should have added something else to it. So he could have given us something else to look at, you know, and we probably would have focused on it if he thought about it.
Well, like if they greenlit Zack Snyder Justice League 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I just love this scene. Like, again, throughout the multiverse, right there in Zack Snyder Justice League. And well, see, it's not,
really.
but kind of, I'm gonna go back to a point you said about focusing, like if they like added stuff too. It's like, and I was saying like they added Zack Snyder Justice League 2 and 3. I'm just saying if they did that with Gunn, I mean, I'm just saying if Zack Snyder Justice League 2 and 3 is on Netflix, if we get that, if that happens, I'm willing to give James Gunn stuff a lot more of a chance.
Oh yeah, me too. And don't get me wrong, I love Superman in general. I would definitely go see his movie. I want to see what he does with it.
Yeah, I mean, no, I want to, but then I can judge the. Skywalker kind of said in his comicbook.com interview, it helps the movie be judged by its own merit. Oh, hold on a second, we got to table this for a minute because we got Darkseid appearing. Can't let this one. Just Rafer again. He's another one who just delivers this so well. And just like the way like Steppenwolf takes his armor off for him.
Yeah, it shows his submissiveness.
But I mean, like, think about this. Like the whole movie, he's talking to Desaad, and he like Darkseid himself doesn't come until until the anti-life equation is involved. It shows that like not anyone can just reach Darkseid.
Oh yeah, he definitely had to unlock the access.
Superman.
Superman?
Nah, I'm just seeing something in regards to Superman on Twitter.
Is it about James Gunn's movie? Because I know you like mentioned we were talking about like that script delay thingy.
Yeah, so James Gunn is no longer going to be doing any writing because he's on strike.
So he's joining the strike too. That's interesting. You know the writer strike that's going on right now?
No, I didn't know there was one going on.
Yeah, there's another one going on, and I guess James Gunn is participating in it. I'm surprised, as head of DC, he would, but like I thought that was like the one movie that was, yeah, he's in charge of it. I'm surprised. Like I thought that was like the one project that was safe, at least from the writer's strike.
It's very strange.
I just think the way things are going for James Gunn is going from bad to worse for him. Not only is he because he's the DC head, but the fact that what we got yesterday when the mic dropped from DJ and Zack also mentioning, some epic things. It's like James Gunn's universe is dead in the water now. Everyone will want Zack stuff.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is with this writer strike thing, him being a part of that, wouldn't that jeopardize his Superman movie or not?
Yes.
100%
It's going to be delayed. Yeah. It's going to delay the movie essentially.
And it's like so eventually Comcast is going to take over, and they might not want James Gunn as head.
So is that like Gunn's way of saying like he knows this is all bullshit? Like,
yeah, pretty much.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like, I don't know.
Pretty much, James Gunn knows, even if he puts out a Superman movie in 2025, Zack Snyder stuff will overlap and stuff, and his stuff won't be the hot, what's it called, the hottest thing going, like the next.
Right.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Wow.
Well, here's my thing: is that James Gunn is best off in some ways, in my opinion, letting the Snyderverse on it, like let that run its course on Netflix, and then do his movie. Because at least if it's on Netflix, the DC brand is getting hyped up, and then it gets a proper conclusion. Then people are willing to give his stuff more of a chance. Because this whole notion of go compare it. I'm like, they're going to compare it to Man of Steel, BVS, and Zack Snyder's Justice League. So I mean,
yeah, of course we are.
That's not going to change.
Superman Returns and Reeves and all that. It's fair game.
Yeah, that's always going to happen no matter what. But at least what you'll get out is the annoyance that the story didn't continue and all us hating his movie because the reboot's happening at the wrong time.
Yeah.
But with
go
on.
Go ahead.
I was just commenting on this scene, like right here, where Cyborg's just like telling his story, just so heartbreaking and like just another kind of dark scene right there.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, go on with what you were saying.
Go on.
Me? Yeah. I was thinking about the writer strike, and the last time I remembered it was specifically when I was in high school, I think, because it affected Smallville because I was watching that show, and and it took away like 1 or 2 episodes. Like they did a very good job on keeping it together, even though I mean, it could have ruined the whole damn thing.
Well, don't forget, that was Michael Rosenbaum's last season, too. Like, he announced he was leaving after season 7.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, could you imagine?
So do you think he quit because of that, too?
No, I think he was just he was already thinking of leaving. Like, I think he knew from the season 7 premiere that he was done after that season.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was the end of his contract. I was so devastated when he left.
I mean, it managed to still be pretty good without Lux. Like, I didn't think it was going to be good without Lux, but I thought it was still pretty decent.
No, it actually kind of worked in the show's favor in a weird way, and it worked.
Yeah,
giving us other expansions to his mythology.
But differences with James Gunn's Superman and Zack Snyder's Superman is Zack Snyder's Superman is more relatable, right? James Gunn's won't be. James Gunn's won't be relatable at all. So it's like, what would you rather have? A relatable Superman or a Superman that's, basically it's like the 70s or 80s or Silver Age comic Superman? I'm just like, nah.
I don't know. I really think they're gonna treat this new Clark Kent like they did with Tom Holland as Spider-Man. I think they're gonna go that route, and it might work.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: like, us Snyder fans don't like it, but it might do well in the box office. That is a possibility. Objectively speaking,
I mean, I'll admit, I didn't really understand Tom Holland's Spider-Man, but he kind of grew on everyone, and it worked. So they could, if they play their cards right, they could do the same thing.
But the fact, go on.
I was going to say, so right now we're on the Lois and Martha scene where he turns out to be Martian Manhunter. I guess, what's your opinion about like the reveal that it was Martian Manhunter? Did you think it kind of took away the moment, or do you think it added a lot to it?
I don't know. I got mixed feelings about it. It was weird.
Here's one thing I will say in defense of that scene. Here's why I think in some ways it worked that it was like Martian Manhunter. It was Swanwick, who was also Swanwick. Because he and Lois never had a good relationship. Like, they butted heads in Man of Steel and Batman v Superman. But it's showing right here, someone who has hated Lois actually reached out to her to help get her back. And just like, I love seeing that contrast. Because Martha and Lois already had a good relationship. But Swanwick and Lois never did.
Well, yeah, I understand like why he did it, but what he did was very very precise and manipulative. It's like I just wonder what the repercussions would be if Lois had another conversation with the real Martha that that never happened. It's kind of weird. if you think about it.
Yeah, but she would have already gone into the limelight. I mean, this scene kind of implies right here that they don't see each other that often.
Yeah, that's true.
So I mean, so
Yeah,
basically,
there's some
she would have
space
gone
there.
back. So
Yeah, she'd have to drive all the way out to Smallville or whatever.
yeah, exactly. And obviously, by the time she sees Martha again, I mean, Superman's back. So, but one thing I really like, though, I really like that she came back before Superman was resurrected. Because it really showed that she is like a strong, independent woman, that she didn't need Superman to come back. She didn't need her man to come back to like get back into her life.
No, she just wanted him. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's like, it's like a small little detail again that worked because I mean,
you got to pay very close attention to the details on that because the more you think about it, it's like what this or that, but then you look at it, as a whole, it's like it holds up.
It holds up really well. I mean, and that's what I love about like doing this like watch party, just going back and like talking about all this different stuff and like talking about the future. I mean, it shows the impact that Snyder's movies have on people. I mean, this is a 4-hour movie watch party that I'm doing right now, and that we're all like talking about the future about it, talking about the movie at hand. Just show us how much these movies really impacted us.
Right.
It's really interesting right here is that when I first saw the Snyder Cut, was that Wonder Woman was so supportive of this plan to bring back Superman. Because in Justice League, it was the exact opposite. She was like hating Batman for bringing back Superman. Whereas here, she's like all on board.
Well, and also like, Batman also had like a bad attitude and was treating the Justice League like shit. And then Zack Snyder's Justice League, he's doing the exact opposite,
Yeah, it's almost like heroes don't automatically have to bicker when they meet each other.
Yeah. Well, I saw what he was trying to go for. He was trying to go for that Avengers scene where Loki was using them against each other, but there was nothing to build that up.
Exactly, and I think it also worked in Avengers because they already were all established heroes on their own, whereas here only Batman and Wonder Woman are. The other three are still in hiding.
Well, Zack's only iteration of that was Aquaman being distrustful of Cyborg, and rightfully so. He's very suspicious. And so like that was really the only quote unquote bickering that really went on. And then after he explained himself, it continued.
Exactly, and I love this scene right here where they're digging up Superman's grave, and Barry's like, "He's my hero." Just another, like it actually, it's funny. Like it's why it works so well, in my opinion, that the Flash is starting in Metropolis during the Ground Zero event, like Batman v Superman, because in Zack Snyder's Justice League, it establishes Superman was his hero.
Mm-hmm.
Just another way that Andy Muschietti's paying nod to the Snyderverse. I mean, whether or not that scene gets cut, we end up seeing that conversation about Barry's time travel in The Flash. Andy Muschietti is finding other ways to get this movie to connect that James Gunn can't touch. I mean, he can cut out a conversation, but he can't cut out a whole sequence like that.
Right. And like the visual clues and Easter eggs and whatnot.
Yeah. I mean, James. Oh, yeah, I just love that line. Every guy's a younger guy. That's just so hilarious.
Yeah, that was funny.
But yeah, that's technically the case. Even Steve Trevor's a younger guy. I mean, he might be the same age as her in the sense that Wonder Woman stays this one age forever, but
Right.
oh, it looks like the Full Circle event, they're taking an intermission. They are taking an intermission right now. I mean, makes sense. I'm sure, especially if people had snacks beforehand.
Mm.
So if anyone's just joining us right now, we are at 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 50 seconds. And it's so, I mean, and Zack Snyder's Justice League just does this so much better. Like, even though both movies talk about needing Superman to come back, it just came out so differently in the Snyder cut as in the theatrical. Like, it seemed
Well,
like
yeah,
in this.
it's like,
Go on.
yeah, it's like the world was like mourning, right? And then like so all the hysteria and paranoia kind of went away because they realized, he's gone. They're like, oh, wait a minute, we were wrong. I think that's how most of the people reacted.
Yeah, exactly. But like here, it also just seems like Superman's just like a piece of their idea, but they didn't necessarily, like, they all did something. Whereas like in Justice League, it was just like Superman just basically outdid everyone. It was like, you need a lead.
Right. That's weird.
Let me see what's going on Twitter. Yes. Sil just tweeted out that it's in it's in intermission.
Yeah, well, Zack Snyder mentioned he like the theatrical version because he did plan for a limited theatrical release when he was developing the Snyder cuts. Is that he did compose an intermission specifically because he knows that people need to get up and use the bathroom and can't just sit in a movie theater. We'll see about me, but
think,
go on.
I think it's just so cool that Sil and Skywalker finally met Zack Snyder.
Oh yeah, I mean, they really deserved it because it just, it feels like all these fakes are meeting him, and it's like it's nice to see people who actually really value Zack Snyder, people who aren't just trying to get access.
Yeah, it's like genuinely trying to see him.
Yeah. It's just a really, and then Leon's also there now too.
That's so cool.
And it's so weird seeing Leon in person because it's like he never cams up. So I just like sometimes it's like it's ingrained in my brain that he's a logo. That's what he looks like. If you see him down the street, you'll just see a giant logo. It's like,
yeah, that's his actual head.
So like it's just it's like, oh right, no, that's not what he looks like actually. Like, I mean, I know you're not cammed out now, but I've seen you in person, so I know what you actually look like.
Right, yeah. But he cams up like sometimes, doesn't he?
Very rarely, and it's like for like a brief second.
Right. Like when he's really excited.
Honestly, I think if it wasn't for Skywalker, Leon, and Sammy, I don't think we would not have had Full Circle. I really think Full Circle is a plan to like hype up this Netflix movement. That is what I truly believe.
I truly believe that.
Absolutely.
I truly believe it's going to be more than the Netflix stuff. I think we're going to get something even greater than that, right?
All right, yeah.
What I could see happening is if there was like a limited theatrical release, even, or if like Warner Brothers and Netflix are like co-producing the movie.
That's what I'm thinking. Theatrical release.
Theatrical release, Netflix with Netflix's budget, so that's how they do it, and then it just goes on Netflix afterwards.
Exactly, right? Plus the Emerald Cut. Never forget the Emerald Cut, because that is going to be a key factor.
And I love this other scene right now where, like, again, how much like Silas trusts his son. Like, he's saying the alarm's bullshit, it's not real, and then he sees Cyborg and his like friends, and he's like, okay, this is important. We need to we need to just trust what he's doing.
Right.
But yeah, I just think the theatrical, like a co-theatrical release, would be like the best option, because like it allows for more box office money, which means they can do a lot more. Because I want Zack's cast back. I want everyone back. Indifferent about Amber Heard, but other than that, I want everyone back.
Me too.
I just, I think there's such. I really love all of Zack's cast, and I mentioned earlier I just hate recasting because it ruins continuity. And to me, it's like if you have to recast half of the people, I'll be honest, I almost don't even want it at that point.
But the way I see it is, if they do a theatrical release for everything, it will save them. It will make more money than what they're currently in the situation now.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the thing is,
go on.
Warner Brothers Discovery can't be picky right now. Like, they can't be worried about, oh, well, this might outdo our main timeline. Like, you're broke. Okay, you can't be worrying about stuff like that. And again, and for Warner Brothers Discovery, all of it's good for you. All of it makes money. The only person who really should be concerned is James Gunn. Even if I argue that its comparison's going to happen no matter what, he still doesn't want his stuff done.
But I feel what James Gunn needs to understand, this isn't just about his universe. This is about the DCEU itself as an Elseworld storyline. Like, think about it as, how DC Comics has Elseworlds, like DC Deceased, and they have the Injustice universe, and they have the what's it called, the Dark Knights of Steel universe as well. So
Dark Knight Returns is Elseworlds.
Yeah, and Dark Knight Returns Elseworld. Yeah, so if they did that just for like a live action, it would save them a hell of a lot of money. In terms of, like, well, not save a lot of money, it'll make more money, but at the same time, it will get more people interested in DC again. You'll get your fans, you'll get more new people coming and say, oh, this is new, this is different, this isn't the same thing we've had. This is completely different. And that's the thing that DC does right, is they make their brand different to what Marvel does.
Oh, what up, Neil Sevens? By the way, if you're check the ARC chat.
What's up, man?
But yeah, so
what's up, Marcus?
Anyway.
How you doing today? And
what's good, bro?
Just to let you guys know as well, is that I'll be doing a live reaction to the panel with Snyder Queen in soon, so I might have to leave in a bit.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Myself, Sammy, and a couple of other guests.
Oh, you're starting it right now? Okay.
No, not now, but like in about an hour.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. I intended for this to end, like, that's why I kind of started it when I did, because I wanted it to end when.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, before you go, just let me know, and I'll blow you up, and you can just promote it. Actually, what I'll do? Is the link on YouTube right now?
The stream hasn't been put up yet because I'm co-streaming it. So once it's up, then I'll post.
Let me know. I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah. It'll be on my YouTube page anyway. So.
See, just another thing right here where Barry is just like actually useful, like how he's like using his powers to help the Mother Box wake Superman. Because in the again in Justice League, he was just comedic relief. Whereas here, he's so
like,
go on.
Yeah, he was obsessed with that Russian family. What the fuck was that about?
Well, that did nothing. I mean, that was like just the showing that they were like saving someone. But then that was outdone when like Superman lifted a whole building. Oh, it's Jimmy Olsen.
Oh yeah. Carried an entire building, and the structure was completely like it didn't fall on him or anything. It made no damn sense.
Never would have happened in a Zack Snyder movie. And
Yeah.
in case you did,
I was gonna say, Marcus, if you want to hop on the panel, let us know, because back then I'm sure we'll get you on for sure.
Oh, he already has access to a link. I'm in the ARC chat. I put the StreamYard link in the ARC chat. So he can. So he has a link. But in case you didn't know, so like when I was saying, that's Jimmy Olsen, the cop who is actually played by Mark McClure, I think his name is.
Yeah.
But the guy who did Jimmy Olsen in the Superman Christopher Reeve movies.
Yeah, 78 to 87. Yes.
What scene are you at now?
Barry, they're doing the countdown. I think Cyborg's about to get a vision about the future.
The new nightmare vision?
Yeah. 22 hours, 35 minutes, and almost actually 36 minutes even. And I just love like Darkseid. Like even though he's like this vicious bad guy, he still has respect for like great warriors to be given a funeral, like Wonder Woman.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can even see like the apocalyptic ships there. Just it adds a little bit of layers to Darkseid.
Yeah, and I think when the Flash touched the thing, that was happening simultaneously with Cyborg's vision, not after.
Well, no, because he says no, and Barry's like, go?
No, I mean after he touches it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Piero, we're at 2 hours 36 or 37. You know what I love about the scene where Henry Cavill's crying? Henry Cavill said that was actually a take they didn't use in Man of Steel. Like when he was upset that Superman killed Zod, or that he had to kill Zod. That was an alternate take that Zack. Yeah. So even though that suit was not that special blue color that Zack used to make it easier to do CGI, he was able to make that a black suit.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty cool.
I mean, Zack was pretty good with visual, like with working with what he has. Like,
well, yeah, he'll repurpose his own stuff.
See, so YouTube. If you follow like a YouTuber I like is Jeremy Johnson. He brought up a really good point with like the picture of Jonathan Kent in the water. It's like you needed that picture to fall in the water because you needed like a normal object to go back up. To showing that
I remember him saying that. Yeah, it was a very good point because you for the viewer they need something physical to understand what they're actually looking at.
And a Mother Box is like it's an alien technology. Like a Mother Box, I could actually see being able to do that, whereas a picture wouldn't.
Right. The Mother Box is sci-fi shit. Yeah, I got an interesting question. Do you think that all of the dark side stuff and the mother boxes and all that, do you think that's a further reach of implausibility compared to Man of Steel's, kryptonite, Krypton, and all that, Kryptonians? Because like I don't know, but I know that Man of Steel was very realistic, and I bought a lot of it, especially with the armor. It was all CGI, and you could barely tell.
Yeah, I
But then
think.
you have the mother. Then you have the mother boxes. It's a little. It's an elevated thing.
I mean, it's the DC universe. So, I mean, only so much of it's going to be like realistic, but I still thought it worked pretty well. I think it still felt like something.
Yeah. It feels consistent with the Snyderverse.
Yeah. But like we were talking about earlier, how Lois, again, she was clearly moved on at that point. She was clearly ready to get back to her life, and then she saw Superman. We were talking about it earlier, and again, just a key moment.
Yeah,
right
when she decided to let go.
I mean, I'm just
So
gonna say, like, Zack,
that was supposed to be the last moment she was going to go see him, and then he actually shows up.
yeah, it's like reward. It's almost like the universe rewarding her in a way.
Yeah, exactly. That like the marshmallow test. She passed the marshmallow test.
And we're going to get to a scene I do want to talk about in a bit, or a moment I want to talk about in a bit. So just be on lookout for that when we get there. But
What now?
oh, yeah, there's just a moment that I really like in this that I want to kind of bring up when we get there.
Okay. Okay, cool.
But in case we like go on to something else, I will at that point like kind of cut you off at that point, and then we'll get back to. I just kind of like to warn ahead of time for.
No, that's cool. I'm just chilling. I'm just following you guys on the live chat.
But it was, I wasn't even gonna do like an actual watch party. I was like mentioning this earlier, but like basically, Mike, I just said I was doing a watch party as in like just myself, and then Mikey's like, "Oh, let me know what time it starts," and I'm like, "You know what? Let's just do it." Oh yeah, you were in the chat, right?
Yeah, when you went live, I got a notification. I was like, I have to hop in, and I was like, I wasn't doing anything, so I was like, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize you were doing a live watch until later on because I saw you looking at the screen. That was very
last minute. Like it literally decided like 15 minutes before that I was doing
it. That's pretty cool.
And I try not to do last minute shows because I realize when I do last minute shows, I tend to not get views. But at least I got guests. So even if I don't get a lot of views, I still have fun just talking with you guys and like talking with Zodwriter and Mikey earlier. It was so cool having Mikey just because this was the first show that I had Mikey Sutton on.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really? This is his first show?
I mean, I haven't done that many live streams, so yeah, this is the first.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Okay, so we're approaching the scene that I want to kind of bring up. So,
all right, what's good?
So this is the scene where like we're about to see when Barry sneaks up on Superman. That was one scene from Justice League that was like, oh, I really hope that's in the Snyder cuts. That scene right here where he like just turns around because it was another. It's my favorite scene in Justice League. But that's why it was such a good scene because it was a Snyder scene where he just like
it wasn't.
But it just shows Superman's power though too. It's like just the way he's like turning around, like you're not sneaking up on me, and Barry's like, oh shit, that's.
Yeah, exactly.
Such a good scene.
It really is pretty badass.
Yeah, I'm glad I decided to as well. Because I wanted to kind of do something special for Full Circle Weekend, and this was just so perfect. Just a good way to kind of fill the void.
Yeah.
Leon, yes. Just in Leon's tweet.
Oh, what's Leon saying?
He's posting images of the Superman versus Justice League battle.
Oh, so we were on the same. How did he catch up? He has an intermission. Oh, no, I guess I technically started a little bit later. Okay, yeah, right, because I started later than they started, so yeah, that tracks. Oh boy, you won't let me live, you won't let me die. Tell me, do you bleed? I know I'm talking about Justice League a lot in here. I love clowning it.
That scene made me so cringe so fucking hard. with that fucking dog face of his. Like, what the fuck is this? What the hell am I looking at?
So we're about to get another scene where like Barry sneak. We'll get back real quick. I'm just want to bring up like we're getting another kind of similar scene where Barry sneaks up on Superman using a speed, and he's like, "Not fast enough for me." Just love that other moment where without crashing into Aquaman. Okay. Anyway, go on. Just. Oh, okay. But Wonder Woman not able to hurt I mean, I like that she can hurt Superman a little bit, but at the end, an unrestrained Superman still wins. Because they're still trying not to hurt Superman too much. But
yeah. Well, I mean, you saw Wonder Woman's resistance to Superman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But one thing I noticed about Cyborg, man, he was just a drop of water in the ocean compared to Superman's power.
Well, his power only works like he can influence technology, but the thing is, all the technology wouldn't affect Superman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so something I do have to kind of, and I have to wonder right here, did Batman pay all those cops to be like, hey, do not tell anyone that his name is Clark? Like, I get why Lois and Batman had to say Clark, because at that point, they needed to reach out to him. And, they couldn't really worry about a secret identity at that moment. So story-wise, it made sense. So, like, I have no issue story-wise with them calling him Clark. But I do find it funny.
Well, if Lex Luthor knows his secret identity, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, and Real Talk says that the Q&A is 8:30 Eastern. Yeah, let's see how much time is left in this. 2 hours and about a little less. But my guess it's going to start a little late because these things have always started late. They've never started on time. So we'll see if this one actually starts on time this time. But that's why I kind of when we started. That's why I kind of rushed it, and that's why I'm gonna kind of end it pretty abruptly when we get to the credits.
Mm-hmm.
But see, I still like though that Lois is the key. That like Lois is still just happened to be there. Oh, what up? We got Mad Max in the stream.
Yo, what's up, Max?
How's it going?
Is that the real Max?
I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, I would ask him, but the real Max would also a fake Max would be like, yeah, I'm the real Max. So. And this is just like another moment right here.
Max. Okay, he's not that Max. Okay.
Okay. Oh, well, at least he was honest.
Yeah.
Oh, and hold on. We got someone else stopping by. for the first time on Bat Dan's Thoughts.
What's up? How you doing, guys?
Yo,
Hey,
what's
thanks
up,
for stopping
Marcus?
by.
Yo, Marcus,
Hey,
great to see
Bat
you.
Dan, Taladia,
What's up,
Nightmare.
Marcus?
What's up?
How's it going?
Good, good. I can only stop by for like 10, 15 minutes. I have to go to work. So
Oh, no
just want to
problem.
show my support.
Thank you. I
Dude.
really appreciate you coming on.
Dude, what do you
Thanks
think
for
about
having me on. Thanks for the invite.
Dude, what do you think about last night, man? I gotta get your thoughts on that.
Last night was great. Last night was bananas.
The mic drop
It's,
too.
I mean, it's a lot of confirmations of things, right?
Yeah,
We already knew Jeff Johns was a snake, and
of course.
this completely confirms it, right? So, I mean, Zack always the professional, you know. He has a little bit of a acerbic humor, right? But DJ and Damon, they let you know. They let you know right there. So,
Yeah, that was.
and it was a shout out to Leon from the New Geeks. We don't talk about him.
I didn't
That
realize
was
that was
good. I
Leon
was
at
shocked.
first.
I didn't realize that was Leon that said that. Because when it was said, you see Damon bringing the mic up, and I thought it was Damon, but it was Leon.
Yeah, so shout out to you again. Shout out to you, Leon, for that. So I do want to talk about this scene right here, real quickly. That we're on where Victor's father Silas sacrifices himself. I love that because at first you think it's a pointless scene, that it's a pointless sacrifice, and I love how they reveal like no, he was giving it. He essentially put a tracking device on it metaphorically. Just another little detail I love.
I used to like to watch a lot of reaction videos and stuff, and a lot of people that reacted that I've seen like 24 that reacted to that scene. Most of them were like, "Oh my God, he did that for nothing. He did that for nothing." And then, a few moments later, it's explained that it was actually making it hot enough so they could track it. And they was like, "Oh, hey guys,
and I loved how it was a parallel to Jonathan Kent too.
Yeah, I love that. If you look at the Snyder DC films, right, the ones he's actually directed, BVS was a movie about mothers, right, and ZSJL was a movie about fathers.
Oh,
it's just I mean, if you look deeper into it, it's like it has a deeper meaning, and it can have a personal meaning to certain individuals if you look at it the right way, And definitely, ZSJL is about fathers, right? You have Clark when he's after resurrected. He has both his fathers. He hears their voices guiding him. You have Victor and his father. His issue with that. You have Flash and his father. I mean, then even at the end of ZSJL, you even have Aquaman. I have to go see my father.
Oh, yeah.
So it's a beautiful thing. And the thing with the mothers and BVS with Martha, which was it was kind of at that time I was like, holy shit. I knew both of their mothers' name was Martha, but I didn't really put the connection together that, oh shoot, Batman and Superman's mother name was Martha. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things that's there, but you don't really look into it. You don't really notice it.
Right.
So
we're at March 6th right now for anyone just joining us.
We found a way to utilize it.
Yeah. Terrio did a great job.
Like, people keep thinking that they stopped fighting because their mom had the same name, but here's the thing. That thought never occurred to me until after people were talking about it. Because to me, I just thought, oh, Batman thought Superman was messing with him. That's why he reacted the way he did. And then when he realized he was fighting because his mom was in danger, he switched his tune. That's how I saw it.
But they also gave it idiot proof where he had a whole flashback. I mean, it's like, you don't get it.
Yeah, it's like honestly, it's a trigger word for him.
honestly, the way I see it is obvious. That's like a trigger word for someone like Bruce Wayne, right? For someone like Batman, Martha or his father. If it's like a random thing that in the middle of Batman, I'm about to kill you. You start saying this random name, and it's actually a name that has complete meaning to the persona of Batman, and it obviously it triggered things in his mind, and then
Yeah.
it got turned. He had Bruce Wayne had a paradigm shift because he saw Superman completely as an alien, as this force of destruction. The paradigm shift happened when the paradigm shift sunk in when Lois came in and told him that's his mother's name. So he was
You know,
looking at
I
this
was
alien as an alien, complete alien. You're not human. You're not even a man. You're this thing. And Lois helped to humanize him. He has a mother.
I think one really interesting thing about that scene is like the whole Martha thing. I looked at it from Bruce Wayne's perspective. It's like, how do you not know he was worried that this was some sort of psychic alien trick that Kryptonians can do? You know?
Well, not just that. Superman calls him Bruce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he knows. So he knows that Superman
But
knows that.
but then he also calls his mother's name, and maybe it's like, are you trying to fucking trick me or something? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what I thought it
That's
was.
the beautiful thing about that scene. You can look at it from all different angles, and you won't
Right.
necessarily be wrong, right? It's
Right.
it's it's a it's a beautifully written scene, and it's beautiful and simple but complex at the same time. So
Hmm.
I think they did a great job with that. People that they're not that if they were already out of the movie, they weren't really feeling the movie, then they'll just look at it. Oh, that's a dumb scene. Like
Yeah.
they would look at the Pa
Y-
Kent scene, the Jonathan Kent scene,
Yeah.
and the
Right.
tornado. Oh, why didn't he could easily just went over there and saved them? And that wasn't the point of the scene. You completely missed the
Mhm.
point, you know,
Right.
and you missed the dedication the father had for his son, and the dedication the son had for his father. He was willing to heed his father's words. You know, his father was
Mhm.
willing to die and did die to keep his son's secret. And even there was a scene afterwards where Clark is pondering it, and when he was talking with Lois at the grave, and I don't know, people just they want the huggable that huggable Superman, right? That saved cats from trees, that stumbles all over the place, that fumbles with his glasses. I was like,
The big
why?
blue.
It's 2023. Come on. They want a totally oblivious Lois that can't figure out this Prize winning writer, investigative reporter can't figure out that Clark Kent is Superman, and she works with him, and she's obsessed with Superman. I mean, come on, man. This is ridiculous.
I'm
This is
glad
not
Zack brought that up.
1930. This is 1938. So
Wacky.
That was
Snickers
something else
are
we did.
not a dime anymore,
Oh,
like Perry White
yo,
said.
guys, Clay Stop was teasing earlier today. Did you guys see that on Twitter?
Please stop.
Is that the is that the cyborg thing, or were you talking about something else?
Yeah, no, Cyborg.
Yeah.
I just noticed that now, and I'm like, what?
No, yeah, I seen it earlier, like maybe an hour after he posted it, because I was asleep. And I was like, "Oh, PlayStop posted that. Ray's gonna be there." And then, sure enough,
Yeah.
somebody, a fan, took a picture with Ray and Zack. And I was like, "Okay, confirmed. Ray's there. Both Rays are there."
Right.
So Talati and I
That's
kind of
cool.
brought this up already, but like Nightmare Mob and Mark, I'll let Marcus go first, and then Nightmare Robin, since I know Marcus has to get going within 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So, okay, so what do you think about this? Do you think that they're announcing anything related to restoring the Snyderverse? That could mean a Netflix thing, but like basically more Snyderverse continuation, we'll call that.
I in my heart, I wish with all my heart, yes, but I think logically, no. I think this is going to be a self-contained thing. It's going to be about these movies, the event, the money raised, the fundraising for AFSP, and this will. I mean, if somebody were to, if there was something going on and someone wants to announce it, looking at the history of how things have been going for Snyderverse, it would be Zack. Zack would be the one to announce it, right? I hope that something does get announced. I don't think anything will be announced. I think maybe later we'll get like a surprise guest for the Q&A, like a Wayne Carr and maybe a Cavill, and you got Godot. Yeah. But as far as, oh guys, we're gonna continue the Snyderverse on Netflix or this or Elseworlds on WBD, that stuff is not going to be announced yet. I don't think so. I think it's too. Of course, all the fandom wants it. Some of us expect it, but I would definitely temper your expectations. Don't expect it. This is something that's like a behind the scenes thing where they have to figure out if they are pursuing it, they have to figure out the logistics of it, and then they'll do it properly. They'll do announcement properly. Right now, it's all about AFSP. It's about Full Circle. It's about celebrating these movies for the moment. And Zack is very cryptic, and he likes to leave little hints. And I think Zack gives us enough that. How you do it? I think that gives us enough to keep the fire going. And I think the Cell movement is working. I hope everyone that wants the Snyderverse to continue, I hope you're using the hashtags and showing your support. And but as far as like, is something big going to be announced? I think the biggest thing that could be announced for tonight would be the Emerald Cut. I think that's the biggest thing that would be announced. As far as like, JL 2 and 3, no, I don't think that's going to be announced yet. Like I said, there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff with that, logistically, and if anything, we will hear from Snyder. We would hear it from the horse's mouth himself. So,
right.
Yeah, I agree. Nightmare, anything to add? Anything to disagree with?
No, I pretty much agree with everything he just said. I mean, it's all that, and it's more than anything, it's just a good negotiation tactic, I think.
I hate to say that word because of Grace Randolph, but yeah, I do think it is a negotiating tactic. I mean, as well as a raise money for AFSP. I don't want to diminish that at all, but I do think it is.
I'm sure she gives a little stank to it, huh?
Yeah. And just so you know, Bat Channel, just FYI, if you want to join, the link is in the ARC chat. So right now we're at the scene where Batman is telling Wonder Woman about his vision. And I love that because people like argue that the Nightmare Vision and Batman v Superman was pointless. But again, people need to realize this is a 5-part story that Zack was telling. This is Zack simply kind of like putting a little bit of setup in that for the next part. And I just, this is I love that scene where Cyborg, right now they're seeing the Flying Fox for the first time. I just love how Cyborg is just like fixes that, the music that plays, and Batman's like, Faith, Alfred, Faith. Another great scene in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a reminder to you all. So, I'm sorry, Nightmare, what were you saying?
No, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, it shows every member of the Justice League. It shows their importance, and what they add to the team. We have Cyborg with technology. You have Wonder Woman with her experience and her warrior instincts and her battle instincts, and you have Aquaman with the King of the Sea, right? And you have the Flash who can speed anywhere to anywhere all over the place and go through time. You have Batman with the intelligence, strategy. You have Superman with the raw power and the compassion, and yeah, it's the whole team. They all complement each other. Then if you add Martian Manhunter, and then like they said, the Knights of the Round Table at the new Hall of Justice, uh, adding more members, that would be fantastic. You just build and build and build, and you just build this giant league, right, of superhuman beings, gods, right, gods among men. So I think it's a great balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything
I
you said
agree.
was well said, or let's go to Leon. Well said, Marcus. Really great. I've had such a
Look, guys, I have to actually go. I have to get going.
Oh,
I have to go to
yeah.
work. I have like an hour drive to work. So
Marcus,
appreciate you guys having me here. I look forward to seeing what happens tonight, and we'll I hope all the best. But keep it tempered. Keep it tempered. I think the most, like I said before, maybe Emerald Cut, and some alluding to something more, maybe something more, like Batman said. But keep it. Zack always gives us enough to keep it going. It's really the strength of the fandom that actually gets the things done. We actually push it. We push it inch by inch closer to the goal, the red zone, right? So we're gonna get it. We just gotta keep pushing and stay positive, and follow the hashtags and see what's up with the Trinity. You got Skywalker, you got Leon, and you got Sammy Snyder Queen. So listen to them, follow the ROEs, follow the rules of engagement, right? And we're gonna eventually get what we want. We're doing it the right way, positive. It's just gonna push us forward so much further than what we were before. Besides the actual getting of the Snyder Cut, right? That was a huge success. So thanks again, guys. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody at home. And thanks to everybody in the panel. Thanks for having me. All right, guys. Take it easy. I'll be listening in while I'm driving.
Yeah.
Take care.
Right on.
All right.
I always appreciate when people stop by. It's always really appreciated again. And I love this scene right here. So right now we're at 307:18, and I just love hearing it's what Marcus was saying about the fathers. Just this scene's demonstrated really well right here, and I just I love how it transitions from the Superman theme to the Zack Snyder's or to the da theme. It's just such a really great transition.
Yeah.
And thank you, the Bat Channel. Yeah, if you haven't already, subscribe. I'm at a goal to get to 300 subscribers by my birthday on May 30th. So a month from today exactly, I have to get 265 subscribers in a month. So
all right, let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
I'll try to get a lot more stuff out. Right here, I love that. Superman just rises up and then absorbs the sun, and it just transitions to the other people preparing.
Mm-hmm.
So just another time check for people just joining us, or 3 hours 8 minutes. Okay, at this point it's just 3 hours, so I'll just assume 3 hours at this point. Okay, so anyway, 8 minutes and 48 seconds. See, people complain about like Ezra's running in this movie, but it's like, no, Ezra's actually does a very good job with their running. Like actually like doing actual stretches like someone who's actually running. I mean, what would you prefer to be the CW's running where they're literally just doing this the whole time?
Well,
I mean, like,
Ezra's acting like he's sliding when he's running, like he's on a treadmill or something. I don't know, but it makes sense with what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, especially if you need to stop, you're going to slide a little bit.
Well, then it was like when he went back in time in that scene, and like he was making the platforms that he was stepping on. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's like probably one of the best scenes in the movie, honestly. I think it's like my third out of all the scenes in Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's probably like my third favorite, right after Superman returning and the Batman Joker scene, because Batman Joker scenes are always the best.
Oh yeah, I love the Joker scene, but that Flash scene was like an ace up his sleeve. I didn't even expect that after the cool fight between him and Superman.
Yeah, but again, it was actually a real scene for the Flash, and I don't know if you were on this. I don't think you were on at this time, but Zyrider asked if you think that there'll be a scene in the Flash movie that outdoes that scene.
I don't know, man. I'm sure they'll have a cool scene on there or two. I think the visuals in the trailer look good. I'm sure there's like I think the scene where Supergirl takes Ezra to the clouds so he gets electrocuted. I think that's gonna be really cool to see and very creative.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited. I think it. We were kind of going on a whole rant about this earlier, but I think it's going to be a really good movie. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I think from everything I'm seeing about it, the only issues are the parts that James Gunn interfered with, which aren't going to be that much.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll have to see how that ending's executed.
Right. Yeah, it's all about the execution.
And besides, I argue that if a deal is done by the time before like the Flash is like, what do you call that? Something locked? Picture locked. Yeah, before it's picture locked. I argue that David Zaslav might trump James Gunn and be like, no, let's put this stuff back in because we're setting up for the setup for that stuff on Netflix over there.
I don't know. I hope Zaslav is really paying attention to this stuff,
He should, because here's the thing. Like, James Gunn brags so much about how no one interferes with his work, and here he is needlessly interfering with Andy Muschietti's work. Like, it's already a reset. Why not just let us have the Snyderverse stuff while it lasts? I mean, if the movie does well, people are going to still associate with the Snyderverse characters in that movie, so it's not like you're helping yourself.
Well, I just don't know what the relationship between them are. It's like I don't know if he just assumed James Gunn was acting in good faith or he was doing exactly what he was being told to do. I don't know.
I think basically what happened is it's kind of what Mikey said, is that they're broke and they went with James Gunn's cheap plan, and James Gunn is just kind of suiting his own ego. Like, he always drops something every time something with Snyder happens. He like full circle, he dropped that he was like directing the Superman movie. I think it was that. It could have been a different announcement, but I think that's when he officially announced he was directing the Superman movie and that he forgot his dad's birthday.
Yeah, but he knows the exact date of his unmade Superman movie. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, and see, this is the issue I have right now. Like, I feel like the writer's strike should not be affecting this movie if James Gunn is the writer, because he's more than just a writer. He's a director. He's DC co-head right now. Like, in my opinion, a lot more is at stake for James Gunn than his pay as writer. So
well, yeah, I think he might just be trying to use this as a scapegoat,
Oh, I think that's what he's doing. I don't think he's ready yet. I think
Like why would he
Oh
care?
my god,
He's
what? Hold on.
supposed to be the CEO.
Yeah, or co-CEO, but yeah.
Yeah, the co-CEO.
Oh, I just love this another shot right here where like the league just work. Or no, it's right here. The slow mo shot of them all, the league all together. Just
Yeah, that was a cool scene. I remember one scene around that injustice that I loathed was that really weird smile that Gal Gadot made. It was like so insincere, like she was like looking at back at them or something. It was like, what the fuck is this? Do you remember that scene I'm talking about?
I can't remember exactly.
It was like it was when Batman was riding the Batmobile, and they were all together, and I don't know. I'm not gonna watch that movie again.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I would go back and watch it, but I don't know if I should be admitting this on a YouTube show that my parents potentially are seeing. But last time I watched Justice League, I was playing a drinking game, so because that's the only way I could get through that movie. So
yeah,
take that for what you will, because there's
I was just dead inside.
Yeah, and this is an issue I have, and like, let me kind of clarify my stance on this right now. Is that I don't necessarily blame James Gunn himself. Is that he did have other commitments. I get that, but maybe it was a conflict of interest that David Zaslav should have considered before hiring him. I guess that's more my issue.
But supposedly it was a job that nobody wanted, so it was kind of like he was the only quote unquote qualified person, even though he wasn't.
Well, here's another point I kind of want to make right now is that right now if Warner Brothers Discovery is so in debt right now, maybe you could have held off on hiring a separate division for DC.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying. I mean, if you just let DeLuca remain and Pam Abdi remain in charge of DC, that could have saved money. So, just saying, that's. See, I love how like Zack Snyder, like right now, Batman's just fighting the paradigms with that gun, but like Zack Snyder's using Batman like how he should be used. He's like putting realistic situations for Batman to be in, like giving him realistic jobs. And oh my god, another great Wonder Bat moment right there. I love the Wonder Bat relationship.
Yes, so do I. I love the Wonder Bat relationship. I don't care what anyone else says. Wonder Bat for life.
See, that was one issue I had with Batman Beyond, is because they were foreshadowing Wonder Bat all this time, but the problem was because of Batman Beyond, we knew it wouldn't be Endgame, so it was so hard to get invested in that relationship in the Justice League cartoon. Whereas here, we don't. I mean, we have an idea that Zack's going to kill Batman, but we don't officially know that.
Right.
And just another little detail right here that like Superman had to ask Alfred where they were. He didn't just magically know where they were.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the Batman. Yes. Don't let Jared hear you say that. The Batman. Because he's been
damn straight.
He's been on his high horse yesterday. Jared has the Batman.
Oh my God! Sorry. Like Skywalker just posted a picture of himself in the Snyderverse in his black Superman suit with Zack Snyder.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
There's my joke. The Snyderverse Superman suit. He's not wearing the Justice suit that he has. Which, for those who know, that's a joke I make about the blue suit being Justice, making fun of the haters. But yeah, oh my God.
Man.
So wait, was this? So watch. Confused those the watch. This photo must have not been taken recently because they should. Because I think we're in sync with them.
Yeah, we're in sync with them.
Mostly, because like we started later, but it's like the intermission like canceled it out pretty close.
Hey, Bad Dan, I actually have to get going, but thank you so much for having me on.
No problem. Thanks for stopping by.
All right, Nightmare Robin.
Yeah.
I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah.
Hopefully, even in what's his name, the Savage Bats YouTube page. Hopefully soon.
Absolutely. You take it easy, Taladia. Bad Dan, been a pleasure.
Been a pleasure having you. Yeah, poor Cyborg. He's just trying to focus on like getting into the mother boxes, and like he can't do anything to stop Steppenwolf right now because he's focused on. So when we get to the Superman scene, we're gonna have to really focus on that one. So those are like two of my favorite scenes in a row. But I love how like Aquaman and Wonder Woman are still putting up a good fight. They're not like Steppenwolf's bitches. Like the way in Justice League. It's not like in Justice League, they were like, no, they're like here, they're still putting up a good fight. Again, Superman was a key to stopping Superman or Steppenwolf. He was an ingredient, but he wasn't the full recipe.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, just to let you guys know as well in the chat that I'll be going live in about half an hour, 15 minutes. Half an hour, I would say. On my channel. So with Snyder
check it out.
With Snyder Queen, of course. We had a fun time last night. If you guys were there, you guys know our reaction.
Yeah, that was a great stream.
Yeah, did you see the clip on Twitter?
Yeah.
Over 7K views just for that.
Oh wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It made over 7K.
Oh boy, here it is. My second favorite scene in the movie about like to me, like the Superman scene that we're about to see, that's like my favorite Superman scene ever. Like it just to me, like I just watched that scene, I'm like, that's Superman. Like the score, like his Superman's movements, like in that moment.
Vera just tweeted out. Ready the Armada for Zack Snyder's Justice League stream / panel Q&A with Zack. Very special guest. They just tweeted out now.
What time today? Is it still 7:30? Or 8:30?
I'm checking the stream. Refresh.
That is Superman. Just the way he moves, that soundtrack, like that, so much better than the other version of that scene. Like this is just like even that all right Aquaman gives us so much better. Like this is Superman. You just watch that scene. I just see Superman in that moment. Okay, Real Talk confirms it's still 8:30. Okay.
Yeah, 5:30. Beginning at 5:30 Pacific District time. We'll let you know if there's any slight changes to the.
Yeah, and let's be honest, it's probably going to get delayed. It always does.
Yeah. Let me check my group chat.
And I love the Parademon right here. It's like the Parademon doesn't aim for Barry. He aims for where Barry's going to be. Eastern time. Okay, yeah, thanks. And like, so there's actually, so Taladia, there's a theory that the parademon that managed to shoot Barry is a former speedster, like a speedster in his earlier, like pre-parademon life. Like that's how he was able to shoot it. But see, right here about it not just needing Superman to save the day. This here right shows because now they have Superman, but but still, if it wasn't for Barry turning back time, even with Superman, they still would have died. It just showed that you needed everyone, not just one person. God, just another great scene right here. Just the Flash just running back in time. Just
All right, listen, I have to head out, so I'll talk to you a bit later. Take
thanks for
care,
stopping
Dan.
by.
And guys, I'll see you guys in a bit on my channel. I'll post it on Twitter at Talatia Plays.
Yeah, check it out. It's like, well, thanks for stopping by, Taladia, and this scene is just so good right here. Just like this is just again one of the best Flash, but the best Flash scene ever. Not just Ezra Miller, but any. This includes Grant Gustin or Michael Rosenbaum's Wally West, anyone. Yeah, I wish I was too. Unfortunately, though, my lifestyle didn't really work this last minute thing of going to full circle. I would have loved it, but unfortunately, so Tom Butcher shocked with the Zeus. Yeah, that would shock me too. I mean, that's a pretty big deal, but I mean, you know what? If Marvel makes them, okay, hold on. Let me just finish this scene before I really go too much into that because I just love this scene right here. So if you're just joining me, I'm at 3 hours, 27 minutes, 31 seconds. Make your own future. Just so phenomenal. Just bringing everyone back just so I love that. But yeah, I mean, I was shocked by that too. I mean, I couldn't believe they did that. But it just makes sense. I mean, Marvel, I mean, their gods are aliens too, so why can't DC do the same thing? I love it. Again, another great scene though with Ray Fisher, Cyborg, just like learning to finally accept himself right here. Again, it's like that classic story where he, in theory, could go back to his old life, but he's like, no, this is who I am now. Neither is Tim Burton. Neither is Christopher Nolan. Neither is like any DC ever. No one is 100% comic accurate. Every story is their own story, and that's why they're great. Yeah, MCU is definitely not comic accurate. So it's just like Cyborg, just like in this scene, just learning to accept himself. He just really learns to accept himself right there. Just Ray Fisher just delivers that so well. And like Ray Fisher, again, odds are you're not watching, but if you are, I really hope you do more. I really hope not just Zack Snyder's, but not just Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3, but Cyborg as well. Batman literally kills in every single production ever. Plus, Dark Knight Returns uses guns, too. So, as Zack says, he uses gods to kill gods. So, I just, again, another effort. It was Steppenwolf was already weakened by Superman, so Aquaman could give that stab, Superman give that punch, Wonder Woman give the chopping off of heads. Just, again, a team effort. And hey, you know what? Steppenwolf made it home. Except for one of his ears. But in general, he got his wish. He was able to return home. So, in a way, he got what he wanted. Very cynical. I know. Very cynical. Okay. I'm just gonna... Let's just... I just find it so funny is that it's like in Justice League, the cartoon, Desaad tells Darkseid, I told you so. Darkseid kills him. Here, Darkseid lets him live. He's like, yes, you did. But it shows Darkseid can take a little criticism. Hold on, TJ. Let me fix something. You should be a mod on my channel. I don't know why you weren't. So, yeah, and just so you know, mods, if you see someone who is appearing to be a troll, I haven't had many trolls in my channel, but I'm going to put it like this. If you give it, people are going to have different opinions, but if it's very clear they're just kind of ignoring what you're saying and they're just kind of repeating themselves, you can ban them. I know every YouTuber has different rules, so it's hard to know when you should ban them, but yeah. Okay, I had a bit of an internet connection. I got that internet signal not working, so just another great scene. Right now, just seeing the Justice League and them all up close, just seeing them together, having saved the day. It just shows that Darkseid's smarter than the Justice League animated series, Dark Superman animated series, that whole DCAU. Yeah, DCAU. Yeah, he's much smarter. Is that he doesn't just react with his emotions. Exactly. He's more he's more humble in a way too. He's not like, see, I like when there's layers to bad guys. Just like, mentioning like even though Darkseid's evil, he respects Diana as a warrior and gives her a funeral in that vision of Cyborg. It just shows like how different Darkseid is. Oh, and what's up, Also Fresh? All right, yeah, I pulled you up early. See it again, as Marcus says, this movie's about fathers in a way. And it only makes sense that kind of like the main part of this movie before, well, I guess technically doesn't end that way. There's more after that, but like kind of like in that ending, you see a monologue from Silas. And it's kind of funny, like every other Justice League member gets an appearance a few more times, but this is Aquaman's last scene right here. Oh, right, really? Expand on that a little bit more, TJ. Didn't realize that. See, this is why I love doing these. This is why I love having like people in the chats. See, right here again, another scene where we're about to see them essentially set up the Atom movie that we would have gotten had they gone with Zack's plan. And again, I mean, it's so funny. Some people were like surprised that the Hall of Justice was set up. Hold on a second, we'll address that in a bit. See, just another great scene with Billy Crudup right there. Just like, this recasting really kills me. I mean, seeing from the show from the movie, I understand that maybe they couldn't have written Henry Allen out, but like just right there, your foot's in the door, like how proud he is of his boy. I just can't imagine another actor being Henry Allen. And he even looks like Ezra Miller a little bit too. I'm just saying, WB, DeLuca, you could have at least done something. Like maybe make it a time-displaced Henry Allen or something like that. Again, we don't know the rules for Apocalypse and Boom Tubes in the Snyderverse. And again, my theory is we would have gotten more expansion on that in the sequels. I'm glad they kept the bought the bank line in there. Oh, damn. But yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Zack's good at casting. He is really good. Just love this. This was much more fun, honestly. Now granted, I'm not able to watch it as much doing a watch party, but it's just still fun just kind of seeing the movie. I've seen the movie a million times, so I don't need to catch every line of dialogue this time. But God, just as the way again Ezra just portrays Barry just running, just enjoying the moment. So good. But it's just fun talking about this with people, talking about it with you. See, okay, so this moment right here, we're gonna get Lex Luthor like showing to be broken out of jail and Deathstroke's. Like this scene was setting up the Batfleck movie. That was the purpose of this scene right here. Like that's why I argue that the one project to me that's just as important as Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3, that's just as important as the Ayer cut. The only project to me that's just as important as those is the Batfleck movie, because this scene right here leads nowhere otherwise. Like, to me, in my opinion, you need the Batfleck movie for the story to be complete. That's the one project outside of the pentology that you need for the story to be complete. The Ayer cut's its own category because it's already filmed. But and it'd be a pretty cheap movie too. It's not much special effects, not as much of a cast. And I'm just saying, you don't think Artist Equity would love a Batman movie on their resume? I'm just saying, like, that would be... Just saying, Artist Equity would love a Batfleck movie, a Batman movie. Again, would have been answered in the expansion. Let's actually wait for us to get these sequels. It was one scene we saw, and it wasn't like he was in front of anyone we knew. I'm sure there was a way they addressed it, like he just went missing in action. But again, this was made for more stuff coming out. And yes, TJ, do get your points. Yeah, show with the gun, yeah. But yeah, I would like the Deathstroke too. It's like, we want it all, right? But I try to limit like how much we're really gonna get, because just asking for Zack Snyder Justice League 2 and 3 is a lot. But again, once something's successful, you do more. And with how long James Gunn is delaying, I'm just saying, like, why Deathstroke is going to kill Batman for free? Like, we need to see this movie. And I like that there's actually consequences here to the villain knowing the hero's identity. Like, of course, Lex is going to share it with people. And, still brought up a really good point with negotiating, is that we as fans, we ask for it all. We're not going to just ask for every little thing. We're going to ask for... I lost my train of thought. We want to ask for every little thing. We want to. And then let Netflix decide what they can and can't do. Odds are they're not going to do everything we want. But, me, I want the Snyderverse. I want the Justice League sequels with the cast back. Everyone. Except maybe Amber Heard. Indifferent about that. I really don't give a shit. If he wins every hot dog eating contest, cool. You know what? I'm going to kind of give it a 3-strike policy. You can disagree a little bit, but if you just... The third time, I'm like, yeah, no. This is just a movie about us celebrating a movie that we love. This isn't a stream that I want to be debating. I just... See, to me, this is the best scene. Even though it is a compromise scene because Zack had to remove dialogue, it's still a very great interaction with Batman and Joker. We're at the Batman Joker scene. Joker just appeared. I mean, Jared Leto just, in this one scene alone, is so much better than what we saw in Suicide Squad. And one thing I wish Deborah Snyder didn't mention that Ben Affleck and Jared Leto weren't available to film together before the movie came out. Because honestly, I only noticed it because they told us. But like, I noticed like the little tricks they were doing. But really, it's really impressive how smoothly that scene flows. I think that's actually, I'm pretty sure Richard Citrone is actually Batman when you see him like interacting with Joker, like when you see like the back of him and like his hand. I think that's actually Richard Citrone. Like he was like the stand-in for when Ben Affleck wasn't available. Okay, this scene has a so much different meaning now that Zack Snyder revealed what Batman needs Joker for. And it makes so much sense. Like, that's perfect. Like, I can't, because you wonder, like, why does Batman need Joker? But that makes sense. Kryptonite. He's the only one who knows where Kryptonite is. That was such genius. For those of you in the chat, what do you think about this? About that reveal? Did you love that? Like, why Batman needs Joker? Did you love that scene? Or that reveal, let me know. I'll be the bigger man. Just, what a great line. Like, this scene just shows why we need the Ayer cut. Because I want to see more of Jared Leto's Joker not compromised by studio meddling. Like, this is probably the first scene we see. I mean, I guess dialogue was cut, but, like, performance-wise, this wasn't compromised. Like, this was actually Jared Leto's, like, how he was meant to be portrayed. And even though they had to cut that out, that we live in a society line and who died faster, the boy or the girl, I don't know. Like this, that was a better scene, definitely, but this was still not bad. I still thought that was a really great. I mean, it was showing how stupid Warner Brothers is for cutting that. But and it's just amazing how they were able to film Ezra via Zoom and how seamless that looks. Too, like it's just amazing what Zack can do with like these limits. Like he filmed this over Zoom. Like Zack can, like, I swear, do anything with like. And like even this Henry Cavill scene, like Henry Cavill wasn't there for additional photography. This was repurposed from Batman v Superman. And again, another scene that even though it was awful that Wayne T. Carr was cut, this still was not a bad scene. And I do hope that the Emerald cut has Martian Manhunter in it still. Like, I hope that's the scene that we have is the scene with both Martian Manhunter and Green Lantern. Because I don't want to cut out Martian Manhunter's intro either. I mean, I always thought that worst case scenario, even if they don't do an Emerald cut, they could still incorporate the Wayne T. Carr scene in Zack Snyder's Justice League too. So, but again, that's only if they can't make it work with Martian Manhunter and Green Lantern at the end of Zack Snyder's Justice League. I just love how Ben Affleck reacts to, like, he's just seen so much shit that he just knows that. Sorry, just reading stuff. He just doesn't even care. It's like, oh yeah, I see an alien. I mean, even compromise, Zack Snyder can do a good job. And it's still a touching scene. Like, your mother and father would be proud. I mean, this is still not a bad scene. I still hope we get the Emerald cut, though. With Martian Manhunter included. So. And for Autumn, that was just so nice. I just love that ending. It just shows that Zack Snyder really just dedicated this to his daughter, and I love that. And it reminds me of what this is all about. So movie's over. Just reminds us what it's all about. You know, the fight for suicide prevention, and what this full circle event is about for Autumn Snyder, for anyone who's struggling with mental health. And that's why it's important. If you ever, it's okay to not be okay. I just wanted to mention that because that's what this is about. And always remember that. But overall, I love this movie. It's my favorite movie of all time, and the amount of work that we did to get to this movie, the friendships we made, the money we raised for AFSP. We won. No matter what happens with Full Circle events, we won. And thank you, Lau. It's a really good stream. It's a really good movie, and it was a really fun stream. I didn't really plan this. This was, again, spur of the moment, but I was glad to do this, even though, again, I couldn't focus on the movie as much, obviously, because I'm talking with you guys, talking with other people on the panel. I've seen the movie a million times, and it's just fun talking about the movie, talking about what's going on with Full Circle. And thank you, Yoda. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate you all stopping by. This was a really fun stream to do. This was a really fun stream to do with people. And I'm going to kind of wrap this up quickly because I know the Viral event's supposed to be starting soon. And hold on, just let me check if Taladia has his link on. If not, if Taladia Place has a link up yet. Oh, and it looks like he's starting right now. So if you have not, so head on over there right after this. I'm just going to post the link in the chat real quick. And I could actually, posting on YouTube, I can actually see myself. Yeah. Link to the show in the description right here. So check it out. But thank you for stopping by. And my thoughts is, look, I don't know what's going to happen with Full Circle. I'm hoping, I think it's a negotiating tactic. I do think the Netflix movement, the sell to Netflix movement is hyping this up. But I do think that is mostly just to kind of focus on just celebrating these movies and showing the interest in this. I mean, this shows demand. There's definitely more coming. And we should just be happy about that. I know we've had a lot of ups and downs, but I really do think this is, whatever happens, this is something pretty special that we have. So I guess what I have coming up, though, on my channel is, depending on Full Circle, we'll see what kind of post video I'll do. I'll probably do something. I'll try to get a Flash trailer reaction or a Flash trailer thoughts video up because I haven't talked about that yet. And I'll try to do a Star Wars Day video up too. So we'll see what actually happens with that. But lots of great stuff coming up on my channel. So be on the lookout. I'll be trying to get a lot more content out. And yes, sell Snyderverse to Netflix. And if you like this video, if you had a good time watching this, please like, share, subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you never miss another episode. Oh, did it start yet? Did it start on Vero already? Okay, it hasn't started yet. But anyway, lost train of thought. Sorry. So, but yeah. If you like this video, please like, share, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss another episode. And lastly, have a bat-tastic day.